going to give people a chance to come in here. I'm on a little bit early, so I'm trying to get things set up. I'm always experimenting, doing things differently to see if I can eventually get this to work out. Technology, all of it. Let's see, get that centered. So whoever's in here, welcome in. Just wait a few minutes. Since it's like on my clock, it's 2 minutes to 12. All right, we got people starting to come in. Welcome in, you guys. I'm just giving a few minutes because I came in a little bit early, hopefully to try to set things up before people started popping in. Just wait for a few more people that I know are going to show up. There we are. We're all coming in here. Hi, Katie. Oh, I forgot my light too. Excuse my hand. All right. That's better. So I'm not in the dark. And I got my nice tiger up there. I love that picture with his blue eyes and everything, my shredding silence. I don't know if you guys can see it. Let's see. So I'm really glad you guys are here. So I don't know if you remember from last Sunday, at the end of the live, I asked everyone to make one promise to themselves. And I want to know, so how did you do? Did you keep your promise? If you did, tell me about it in the chat. And if you didn't, there's no judgment, because healing is not about being perfect. It's about continuing to show up for yourself. Because remember I said, every time you keep a promise to yourself, you're rebuilding trust in yourself, with yourself, one promise at a time. So I want to share if I kept my promise. So remember I said I was going to do Tai Chi after the live. Well, that did not happen because life started happening. My daughter woke up. I had to start making dinner. The dogs wanted to go out. It was one thing after another. But I'll tell you this, one promise that I did make to myself was not to shrink for anybody. So I'm trying to rebuild a relationship with my estranged daughter. And what happened is I had to catch myself. So I'm healing in real time. And as I told you guys, this is as authentic as it can be, healing and letting you guys in on the things that I am noticing on my healing journey. And what I noticed was she wanted to just move on and let bygones be bygones, forgive and forget, whatever. But I was not okay with that. And I really struggled with it because I want this relationship. So I told her it's going to take me a minute to respond. So that's responding versus reacting. The old me would have, flown off at the hip, the mouth, let my emotions get away with me, all of that stuff. So it's been about a week and a half maybe since I said I need some time to think about my response. And my response was, because I'm not going to shrink, I'm not going to forget the past, because you cannot have a healthy relationship going forward if there is no repair. And instead of writing all that and having her feel attacked, I said this. I gave her an analogy, and I said, hi, Deanna, welcome in. I got you guys up on my TV too, because it's so hard to read. I sent my daughter this. I said, imagine making dinner. You set everything out on the table, nice, and it's hot and delicious. It smells good, but nobody sits down to eat. Everybody walks away hungry. And I'm doing this to try to get her to think, what does mom mean about this? What I mean is, if you guys know the message that I'm trying to get to her, is we have to talk about hard things, adult things, when we're trying to repair a relationship, because you cannot move on without repair. So we'll see what happens with that. So that's how I kept my promise. But this morning before the live, I did do Tai Chi. So Katie says, I went for a drive, even though it was to the doctor's appointment. It was an hour drive. Oh, you drove yourself? That's great, Katie, because I know like that's been one of the kind of fears for you. So yay for you. Be proud of yourself. That's so awesome. All right, let's get into it, you guys. So one promise at a time. And if this is your first time joining us, welcome. And before this live is over, I hope you'll leave with something that belongs entirely to you. Adulting does require hard conversations, yes. And it's hard to learn because that wasn't modeled for most of us growing up. But here we go. Let's get into it. So, I already did that. So I bet a lot of you clicked on this live because you thought we were going to spend the next hour or two talking about the narcissist. Maybe you're wondering, are they happier? Did they finally change? Is the new supply getting everything I begged for? Are they finally treating someone the way that they should have treated me? And yes, we're going to talk about those questions, but I'm going to ask you guys one thing. Stay until the end, because when this live is over, I hope you leave with a gift. Not something from me, not something you can buy, but something you can give yourself. Something that I honestly believe can change the direction of your healing. So stay with me. Now let's start with the questions. Are narcissists really winning? I think every single one of us has asked ourselves that question at one point. Raise your hand, put a one in the chat, whatever you want to put in the chat if you have ever asked yourself that. We watch them move on. We watch them smile. We watch them start another relationship, probably before they were even out of the relationship with us. And meanwhile, and then they act like nothing happened. They post happy pictures. If any of you have seen those, or maybe you've seen them with somebody else, their next supply in person. So we've got number one. Yes. Narcissists can never truly be happy, content, nor peaceful. Agreed. Yes. So meanwhile, we're trying to survive. We're trying to rebuild. We're trying to pick up the shattered pieces. We're trying to figure out what was real, what was not. And sometimes it honestly feels like life rewarded the person who caused the pain. So have any of you looked at the narcissist and thought, how are they the ones that seem happy? How the hell does that happen? How does it happen? It makes no sense. Make it make sense, because it doesn't make sense. I think so many of us have asked ourselves that, and the exact same thing, but you're definitely not the only one who felt that way. So let's talk about it. But I also wanted to challenge the way we've been thinking about it. So before we answer whether they're winning, let's first talk about why it feels that way, because I think once we understand that, everything else begins to make a little bit more sense. So why does it feel like they're winning? Because we're looking at two completely different journeys. Narcissists have no concern for others. No, they don't. And it seems like they're winning still, right? So it makes no sense. So we're looking at two completely different journeys. They're busy creating an appearance, the mask for everything that's wonderful. And we're over here trying to survive. They're posting smiling pictures. They're in a new relationship. They're taking vacations. They're acting like nothing ever happened, right? Like you didn't even exist. And meanwhile, we're grieving. My daughter just sent me a message right now. That's distracting. Okay, I'll have to look at it later. Okay, regroup. So meanwhile, we're grieving. We're rebuilding. We're questioning ourselves. We're trying to make sense of something that never made sense. And maybe the hardest part is we're watching them appear to give someone else the very things that we begged for: love, attention, perfection, patience, respect, time. Or maybe they married the next supply instead of you. They'll do whatever it is that you wanted for that next supply. So you found yourself wondering, why couldn't they do that for me? But you're not alone, because that question hurts. So have any of you looked at that new relationship and thought, why was I not enough? Narc's new mask for the new supply. Yeah, they're like chameleons. And I think that's one of the deepest wounds, though, because until that really becomes clear and you understand that, it's extremely painful. Because I remember asking myself that too. I think many of us believed if we just loved harder, if we just were more patient, if we just gave them more time, that things would change. But maybe we've been carrying the wrong question. One thing I've learned that is if we're grieving so much more than the end of a relationship, we're grieving the future we imagined, we're grieving the family we thought we'd have, we're grieving birthdays, holidays, dreams. Hi, Kelly. I'm so glad you made it. How are you doing? Um, so we're grieving birthdays, holidays, dreams, plans. We're grieving the person we believed they could become, the person that they were faking in the beginning that we'll never get back. We're grieving the hope that one day they would finally love us the way we deserved. Sometimes we're grieving a relationship that truly never existed the way that we believed it did. If we did more work to keep the relationship together, yeah, give more, give more, give more. That's what we did. And so we're grieving that relationship that never truly existed. And that's an incredibly painful realization because now we're grieving two losses, that person and the dream. So when you guys, the ones that got out of it, the ones that are still in it, just observe. But for the ones that have gotten out of it, and even the ones still in it, what are you grieving the most? The person, the future, the version of yourself that you lost, or something else? Yeah. Good. And you? I'm good, Kelly. I'm hanging in there. I asked in the beginning, I don't know if you remember from the last live, the promise to make to yourself. If anybody wants to share that, if they kept promises to themselves, because remember, that's the one way that we build trust within ourselves. We unhack our GPS. So if you feel comfortable sharing that, that would be great. The version of myself that I never knew, that's the thing that you're grieving the most, Kelly. Yeah, I think so many of us can relate with that. Yeah, that we never knew. Um, Thank you for sharing that. It takes courage to say this stuff out loud, but it's also part of healing, so because it might help somebody else that's to not quite to the spot that we are to feel comfortable enough to share. They might just be watching. Um, so sometimes just putting words to our grief is a part of healing. Okay, so I'm gonna catch you up, Kelly, because you just came in. So the live's called "Are Narcissists Really Winning?" You've been think like they're winning, but stay with me because before the live is over, I hope that you leave with something that changes the way you look at your own healing. And if you were here last Sunday about the promise, let me read this message before we go on. I had deeply grieved how I lost myself while making him better. Yeah, completely shrinking, right, Katie? Like we forget about ourselves and we don't even recognize that until I know that I didn't recognize it until I got out of it, or right before the relationship ended. And I was like his therapist. We were always talking about his childhood trauma and we just lose ourselves. So now I want to share something completely different that changed the way I looked at all of this because one day I realized something that we're only seeing one side of the story. We're only seeing what they're allowing us to see. Because remember, the narcissist is always wearing a mask, kind of like the news. Like they only want us to see what we want to see. Hi, Honey Pepper. Hey, we're talking about is the narcissist really winning? And I'm getting into the part of it. First, I wanted to ask you if you want to share. Remember last Sunday, I asked you guys to make a promise to yourself and to keep it, no matter how small it is. And if you could share it on this live, that would be great. If you don't want to, that's okay too. But you can just it's a mental note because this is for you. It might help somebody else, but it's for you because it's a step in healing and learning to trust yourself and unhack your GPS. And mine was about doing Tai Chi. I did miss it after the live last week, but I did do it this morning before this live. So it's when you, every time you keep a promise to yourself, you are building trust within yourself, and that will make it easier to repel narcissists in the future and like toxic, manipulative people. So narcissists only allow us to see what they want us to see, right? So when we get out of the relationship, it seems like they're winning, they're moving on like nothing affected them, they're in a new relationship, they have a smile on, they're posting pictures, whatever, taking trips and all of that. But we're only seeing again what they're allowing us to see. So when we were in the relationship with them, we might have looked like to the outside like we had a perfect relationship, but nobody saw what was happening behind closed doors. And in the same way that a narcissist gets with the next supply, we don't see what goes on behind closed doors with that either. But we know that all they see on the outside is someone charming, that charming version, the funny version, the helpful version, the relationship they wanted everyone else to believe that they had. And Kelly says, being controlled for your entire life to finally wake up and understand that you're taking care of everybody else but yourself, the most important person. Yeah, that's a hard realization, isn't it? That you were controlled your entire life, Kelly. But I'm so glad that's clear for you now because clarity is the beginning of healing. I didn't keep a promise to myself to go on a walk. I am stuck in having trouble moving, kneeling, and getting up. That's okay, Deanna. Like I said, the healing is not perfect, and it doesn't always have to be a walk. Like I don't know if you heard the part where I'm trying to repair a relationship with my older daughter, and she wants to just start fresh and move on. And I'm not okay with that because relationships that have hurt in the past are going to bleed into the future. So there needs to be adult conversation, and I'm not going to shrink in order for her to just have access to me. In order for us to have a healthy relationship and move on, there needs to be adult conversation and discussion. So it could be honoring yourself in that way, honoring a boundary. It doesn't have to be, and I'm sorry that you're having trouble moving and kneeling and all that stuff, that bodily stuff like that really makes it frustrating. But it could be anything, Deanna. Just small promise, keeping a boundary, taking up a new hobby, anything that has to do with focusing on yourself, learning something new, anything. So people didn't see the manipulation behind the closed doors. They saw the narcissist acting very charming, holding your hand, taking you out or buying you flowers, whatever, part of the mask and the act. But they didn't see the manipulation. They didn't see what you saw. They didn't see the silent treatments. They didn't see you walking on eggshells. They didn't see you question your own reality. They didn't see the tears. They didn't see what happened after the front door closed. So why would it be any different now? Why would it be different for any new supply? There's not some magical light switch to where a narcissist, is not in your life anymore and they're all of a sudden cured. It just doesn't work. So we don't have to know what they're doing because they're doing the exact same thing that they've always done. Wash, rinse, repeat. They might switch up their tactics a little bit, but they're doing the exact same thing. So we can't see what happens behind their closed doors with their new supply. We don't see repeated unhealthy patterns. We don't see the conversations that happen when no one else is around. We don't see the disappointments. We don't see their new supplies, tears and confusion. But you can guarantee that they're going through that. You can guarantee it. No one's seeing the verbal and mental abuse. Yes. And you can't pass up the elephant buried under the rug. Exactly. I picked myself a bouquet of roses today. Yay, Deanna. That's a promise to yourself. That is treating yourself with love and kindness and the things that you deserve. So you did keep a promise to yourself and you treated yourself with love and kindness, and something that the narcissist never did that for you. Didn't treat you with the love and kindness and respect that you deserve. So be very proud of yourself. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I love it. What color were they? Roses are so pretty. So we don't see the private struggles that the narcissists and their new supply go through. We don't see the emotional emptiness. We don't see the consequences of never taking accountability. Sometimes we don't see the periods where maintaining that image becomes harder. The point isn't to sit around waiting for someone's life to fall apart, though. The point is much simpler than that. We don't know. We're comparing our real life to someone else's public image, and that's never a fair comparison. Kelly says, it's easy to read on my TV. So what I have done the last week, I have started finally, because since I've turned 60, earlier in the month, I'm working out, eating better, and trying to build a life of my own. Yay, Kelly, that is awesome. That's awesome. Honey Pepper says, I've been eating better for 2 weeks, high protein. I just have to begin working out now. Baby steps, and you're doing it, you guys. And Red Roses, Deanna said, multi-branching so each stem is a bouquet. Beautiful. And if you want to post that on the community, that'd be awesome too, Deanna, and I appreciate, thank you for posting your animals, because that's so healing. It's just positive, uplifting things that are going to help other people going through this. Yeah, good food equals good health. That's awesome. You guys are so awesome. You're doing so good. So, to someone, we're comparing our real life to someone else's public image, and that's never a fair comparison. And I want to share something from one of my own past toxic relationships. So there was someone in my life who almost never called into work sick. Okay, the narcissist, right? He never called into work sick, ever. I think he told me he called in once in his whole career. And there was a period where he started missing work and drinking heavily after things ended with us. And I remember thinking, wow, I never would have expected that to happen. Now, I can't tell you exactly what was going on in his life. And honestly, that's the point. It reminded me that I didn't know everything that was happening behind closed doors anymore. Just like people never knew what was happening behind mine when he was with me. So sometimes we become so focused on the image someone presents to the world that we forget there may be an entirely different story happening privately. The lesson wasn't something bad finally happened. The lesson was we don't know the whole story. And honestly, even if they really are happy, what does that change about our healing? The answer is nothing. Whether they're happy, whether they're miserable, whether they've changed, whether they haven't, none of those answers change what we need to do for our own healing. And I think that's something every one of us needs to remember. So has anyone ever looked at the relationship and said you had no idea or you never would have guessed, kind of like in relation to my story? Heck, you barely know or understand what they're doing when you're with them. Exactly. So we do know this, that narcissists don't change. They can't change like a light bulb or flipping a switch to turn the lights off and on, because they would have already done it, right? So I doubt highly that they've changed for a new supply. Okay. Someday I'll get a desk and a proper setup. Sorry, guys, for me moving all over the place. I'm trying to get comfortable. So now, the new supply. Now let's talk about something that hurts almost every survivor is the new relationship. Maybe you've looked at pictures. Maybe you've heard they're doing all the things that you begged for. Maybe you found yourself thinking, wow, they changed. They're treating this person better. They became the person I always wanted. And if you ever thought that, you're not alone, because I think most survivors do go through this. But let me ask you something. Does meeting someone new magically erase years of unhealthy patterns? Does a new relationship instantly create empathy? Does it suddenly create accountability? Does it automatically teach someone healthy communication? Does it erase years of unhealthy behaviors overnight? No. A new relationship isn't therapy. A new relationship isn't accountability. A new relationship isn't a magic wand. Real change takes something much deeper. It takes self awareness, humility, a willingness to admit when you've hurt people, taking responsibility. And Honey Pepper says no. Narcissist and Katie, narcissists loathe change. It's their lack of brain matter and learned lack of capacity and capabilities. Yeah, 100%. So willingness to admit when you've hurt people, taking responsibility, then choosing every single day to continue doing the work. Meeting someone new doesn't automatically create those things. So we have to think rationally when you get out of these narcissistic relationship shits. If it appears different, it's fake. Yeah, it's always just an act because again, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. Invisible violence, like my videos, it's things that you don't see. And they could be happening right in front of your face and you don't see it. It's like the dog whistle thing. So meeting someone new doesn't automatically create those things. So I want you guys to think back to the beginning of your relationship. How many people thought the two of you looked happy? How many friends, how many family thought the two of you looked happy? Kelly says it was hard for me to let him go. It took me a long time to realize he was going to be my teacher. I know I was going to be his student, and I have learned a lot. Now, they do teach us a lot. That's the one thing we can take away from them, right, Kelly? I'm so glad you came to that realization. And it's a hard lesson. It's a school of hard knocks. I giggle every time you say relationship. Yeah. Because that's what it was. It wasn't a relationship because a relationship takes two people, right? Kelly says, I've forgiven him and I feel sorry for him sometimes, but I don't want him any harm. Well, you're better than I am, Kelly, because, and I struggled with this, but I had researched it that, sometimes I did wish bad things on him because they caused such extreme pain and betrayal. And but then I came to realize that narcissists are their own karma, so I don't need to wish anything on them because what goes around comes around, and a narcissist is no exemption. They really are not. They think they are. They think they can skip karma, but they won't. I thought we looked happy together at one time. How about anybody else? You know, Yeah, so you guys looked happy on the outside, but people had no clue what was going on behind closed doors, right? How many people would have looked at pictures of the two of you and thought, what a great couple? He flaunted her to everyone, then recently demoted her to just his friend. I laughed so hard when I heard that. You got to see firsthand, right, Honey Pepper? Right in front of your face, the karma, the act, all of it. The whole, he love bombed her and then he demoted her, devalued her right in front of you. So you got to see the show first, front seat, front row seat. So how many people had absolutely no idea what happened after the front door closed? Probably most people that saw you when you were together. So when we look at someone else's relationship today, if they're with somebody else, it's the same thing. It's the same song and dance, people. Why would we assume we know the whole story? We don't. We still are only seeing what they are choosing to show us, the act, the mask, all of it. I did 54 years with my mom, 6 years with him. I'm 6 years old. You were 6 years old at the time? Yeah. So have you ever caught yourself comparing your healing to what you see on someone else's social media? Have you guys done that? I've done that. I used to think that healing was never possible. How about you guys? Anybody? Let me tell you this though. Social media rarely shows the hard conversations. It doesn't show what happens after the camera is turned off. This leads me back to self-aware narcissists for one example. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors. So we have to be really careful not to compare our real life to somebody else's highlight reel. This is one thing that I've struggled with a lot, especially trying to build the YouTube. And I did it with healing. When I see other narcissist survivors that have content, they're content creators and they are flourishing, but I didn't see the struggles they went through to get to where they are. Like I'm starting at 1 mile mark and they're like 50 miles ahead of me. So comparison is really a hurtful thing. It's a dangerous thing that you have to be careful not to compare your real life here and now to they're farther down the road than you. See how many we got some new people joining us. So I wanted to say welcome to Shredding Silence. On this live, we're asking the question, are narcissists really winning? So far we've talked about why it looks like they're winning, why we only see what they allow us to see, and why a new relationship doesn't automatically mean someone has done the hard work to create lasting change. But now we're about to make the biggest shift of this live, because I don't think the most important question is whether they're winning. I think the most important question is whether we've been asking the wrong question all along. So stick with me. So what if we've been giving, there were times I thought I was going to die. Yeah, honey pepper. I think a lot of us did feel that way at one point because they make you feel that way. It's the ultimate, most cold, insidious, calculated, cruel form of betrayal from a narcissist. And I'm so sorry you had to go through that, as a lot of us did. Use everyone. There's no difference for them. It's their choice of behavior. Yeah, it's a repeat cycle. So what if we've been giving the narcissist far more of our energy than they deserve? What if the greatest gift we could ever give ourselves isn't finally figuring them out, but finally turning our attention back to ourselves? I think this is where the real healing begins, because whether they're happy, whether they're miserable, whether they've changed or whether they haven't, none of those answers change what we need to do next. You're making sense, Glynis. I'm getting it now. Good, Deanna. I'm so glad. I'm so glad, because sometimes I feel like words don't come out right, even though I'm reading them from the notes. So thank you for that. So none of the answers change what we need to do next. The truth is, we can't build our healing around someone else's choices. If they're thriving, we are still responsible for our healing. If they are struggling, we are still responsible for our healing. If they never change, we're still responsible for our healing. If they do change, we're still responsible for our healing. So maybe the better question isn't, are they winning? Maybe the better question is, what happens when we stop making them the center of our healing? Because every minute we spend trying to figure them out is one less minute that we use rebuilding ourselves. And I don't know about you, but I think I've given them enough of my life already. How many of you can vouch for that? How many of you have given the narcissist enough of your life already? We have, and that's what my boundaries are, like Fort Knox now. Yes, excellent. Awesome, honey pepper. So where am I at now? So yes. Yeah, we gave them too much of our time, enough already. So this is where the real healing begins. This is the part I hope you'll really hear tonight, you guys, because I think this is where so many of us get stuck. We spend months, sometimes years, trying to answer questions we'll probably never have the answers to, ever. Did they ever love me? Are they happier? Will they ever regret it? Have they changed? Why wasn't I enough? Why did they treat me that way? And understand those questions, because I've asked them too. But one day I realized something, that even if someone handed me every single answer, what would actually change? If someone handed you every single question, that you have, gave you the answer to, what would it change? Would you suddenly trust yourself again? Would you suddenly stop grieving? Would you suddenly know how to build healthier relationships? Would you suddenly love yourself? What do you guys think? I think no. Yeah. I think no. It's none of those, because none of those answers change what we all need to do next. And that's when I realized that maybe I've been asking the wrong questions. Maybe the better questions are, what do I need? What do you need? What do you deserve? What have you ignored about yourself? What boundaries do you need? How do you learn to trust yourself again? Because those are questions that actually move us forward. They don't keep us stuck. Okay, Kelly says, I'm 60 years old and I've just learned that if that doesn't tell you something like that's crazy, I have moved on. I want to move forward in my life, and God bless you all. That's awesome, Kelly. Thank you for sharing that with us, because that's when the real healing starts, when you accept that and that you want to move on. Narcissists love for you to negotiate your boundaries. The answer is no, one time and one time only. I'm not explaining myself to them. I'm just following through on my boundaries. I'm done playing the game, the zero sum game. Yep. Nothing changes. We have to heal ourselves. Yes. You guys have great answers. Thank you all for sharing that. Awesome. So, where is your energy going? And it looks like you guys are on the right track. Think about how much energy we spent trying to understand another person. We replay conversations, analyze text messages, we watch their social media, wonder what they're doing, who they're with, whether they're happy, whether karma ever showed up. But where is all that energy going? It's still going to them. They're still occupying our minds if we're asking ourselves those questions. They are still living here for rent free. We need to evict them. Evict them. Get out. No notice. Just get out. So if they still occupy space in our minds, they're still going to be influencing our peace. They're still influencing our decisions. And I don't want to give them that kind of power anymore. We don't want to give them that kind of power anymore, because every minute you spend trying to figure them out is one less minute that you're spending rebuilding yourself. I'm chasing my dreams and won't stop till they're all fulfilled. I love that, Honey Pepper. Yes, right back to you. 100%. That's where it needs to go. Yay. So we all know we can't change them. This is one of the hardest truths that I had to accept, is we cannot change another person. We couldn't change them when we were with them. We couldn't love them enough to make them change. We couldn't explain ourselves enough. We couldn't sacrifice enough, because change has to come from within. And here's something I wish someone had told me years ago. You should never have to teach someone how to love you. You should never have to train someone on how to treat you. Healthy love doesn't require you to convince someone to value you. And Katie says, mostly to myself, so then can have some to provide to people that have earned my respect, love, and trust. Yeah. That the reciprocal people that deserve your energy. I love all of this, you guys. These are great. This is great. So healthy love doesn't require you to convince someone to value you. You can never get anywhere with a narcissist because they keep moving the goalposts. Yes. Yeah, it's like a carrot they hold in front of your face, or like a mirage down the road that looks like water, that looks like you're getting closer to it, but then you get there and it's never there. It just keeps it's madness. It's just a circus with a narcissist. Very draining. So if someone truly wants to become healthier, that decision has to come from them, not from us. Not because they met someone new, not because we finally said the perfect words. Real change starts when a person decides to take responsibility for themselves. And whether they ever do that is completely outside of our control. So this is where our healing begins. So if we can't change them, then where does that leave us? It leaves us with the only person We actually have the power to change, and that's ourselves. Not because we're broken, but because everything, not because everything was your fault, but because you're the only one in life that you have control over. That's where healing begins, not by becoming obsessed with understanding every move they make, but by becoming curious about ourselves. What do we need? What do you need? What do you deserve? What boundaries do you need? What parts of you still need healing? What have you been tolerating that you no longer want to tolerate? What kind of life do you want to build from here? That's where our energy belongs. And babysitting someone else's unhinged son is not my job. It absolutely isn't. You don't even get paid for that either. Yeah, we need adults. We need at least adults that are aware and healing and willing to do the work on their own without pushing, without any nothing. They have to be responsible for all of it. Look, what do I look like? Who am I? Look. So, what kind of life do you want to build from here is where our energy belongs. Because here's what I've learned: the narcissist may have been responsible for hurting us, but they don't get to decide if we heal, whether we heal. We do. We get to decide that. One decision at a time, one boundary at a time, one promise to ourselves at a time. And to do all of this is something else I realized. Solitude reveals things that distraction hides. Remember, I told you there's healing in solitude? Um, I made the shirt with that too. Like, it's better to be alone than to wish that you were. And on the back, it says there's healing in solitude. Because there is, because it reveals things, like I said, that distraction hides, and that the noise of the world, social media, everything, our lives, it's a distraction. It's pollution. It's noise that doesn't allow us to hear our own thoughts sometimes. So solitude reveals those things. It reveals insecurity. It reveals unresolved emotions. It reveals identity confusion. Sorry, you guys, I'm all tongue twisted. Blah, 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 blah. Because when we're constantly focused on another person, we never have to sit quietly with ourselves. How is the book coming? Just wondering. I have so much stuff to do, Kelly. I have started kind of like it's kind of like a workbook journal reflection kind. It's like halfway done, but life keeps getting in the way. So I will keep you updated about that. And thank you for asking. My heart always goes out to those who did not have the knowledge on narcissism and consequently didn't survive it. I periodically have a moment of silence for them. Yeah, same, honey pepper. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. And that brings me. This is a little bit off topic, but not. The I'm getting more excited because I think the end of July, I don't have an exact date. I'll have to go back and look at my notes for that documentary by Mark Vincent, I think is his name. He is the director of the film Narcissist Playbook, because he is getting attacked by, who did he say he was getting attacked by? I just did a video on it too. I did a duet with him on one of my short videos. But anyways, he's getting some pushback from, of course, narcissists that don't want this film to come out. And more awareness is being spread. So that's the good thing, honey pepper, is that thanks to social media and now this documentary coming out, more awareness is being spread, and hopefully more people will be saved from it. But yeah, it is sad the people that didn't make it, because narcissists absolutely annihilate you. Do you guys ever wonder how you're still here? Because I felt like you, honey pepper, I think you said it earlier, that at one time you didn't want to be here. That is how they make you feel, like you just cannot go on. They just completely destroy you and just make you not want to be here anymore. Getting attacked by narcissist people, of course. Yep. Social media moguls. I don't know how to pronounce that word, but social media, yeah, they're haters. The haters, because they don't like the mirror that's being held up. They're being exposed. One of the narcissist's biggest fears, right? So they're getting some major pushback. But if you guys can go support that channel, They have like a donation. I think that the smallest one is $20. It will help one person to be able to view the film. And then, you get a little bit of an early viewing on that. They will email you. And then you get your name. You can go anonymous, but I put shredding silence on there because I want people to know. I want the message to be spread out there so there's less narcissistic supply out there as possible. Shut these guys down, put them into a collapse. So, okay, let's get back on this. Yes, that's why we are survivors and working to become thrivers. Yep, and we're building this community to help other people. I'm always, if you guys can, if you see other victims out there, encourage them to come into these lives where they can get safe, feel safe and get the help and guidance that they need. Because we've all been, a lot of us in narcissistic abuse, we're at different levels of healing. Like some of us are farther down the road than others, and we can help those that are behind us, and your story might help them because different stories, you just connect to that survivor. Like there's a piece of their story that they tell you and like, oh my God, that happened to me too. Almost the exact way. Narcissists do a lot of the things that are similar, but they might tell their story in such a way that it just touches you different. So everybody's story is important, very important. They've been ruling the world for a long time. Empathy are being empowered right now. Yes, the awareness, and we're getting validation because we're being understood and we're not crazy. And the narcissists are seeing this and it's scaring the shit out of them. And that's good. Good. Let it scare them. So let's get back to this. So sitting by yourself, because solitude reveals things that distractions hide. The insecurity, unresolved emotions, identity confusion. Because when we're constantly focused on another person or we're distracting ourselves, we never have time to sit quietly with ourselves. And here's the hard truth, you all, because we know narcissists, they cannot sit peacefully with themselves because their minds start taking over. They can't handle it. They don't know what to do with it. They cannot self-regulate. So immediately they do what? They go out and they get supply. But as for survivors and healing, we have to sit quietly with ourselves. And here's the hard truth. If you cannot sit peacefully with yourself, no relationship, none will ever fully satisfy you. That is why narcissist is jump, 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 hop, 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 one relationship, next. That is why, because they cannot sit peacefully within themselves. So no relationship will ever satisfy them, but at the same time, no relationship will ever satisfy us unless we can sit alone with ourselves first. And it's not because we're broken. It's because no other person can give you the relationship with yourself that you've been missing. None. And I'm guilty my entire life chasing love in all the wrong places, just like that song, looking for love in all the wrong places, whatever. Sorry for my horrible voice, but I think it's a country song. Yeah, looking for love in all the wrong places that we did not get at home. Yes, guilty of that. So healing isn't just learning who to avoid. It's learning how to come home to yourself. A lot of you have asked about, some of you have asked about that always choose yourself shirt, and I made a coffee cup, and other things that you've seen me wear. Like this one, this is the healing shirt. Healing one step at a time. It's got shredding silence on the back. I created them because they're not just words to me anymore. They are reminders. Just like when I write, I've shown you guys this board about accountability. What accountability means, the 4 steps. I posted that image yesterday because the more we see something, it's rewiring those parts of our brain to, okay, we're going to go from the lies that we've been told and conditioned our whole life to this. So when you think of those old thoughts, you immediately, I look at my shirt. I look at that sign. I look at the coffee cup. I look at this, that my friend got me. Don't let anyone invalidate or minimize how you feel. Put stuff like this to remind yourself, and then it will become memory. You won't even have to look at the thing because you know it. You're You're living it. So I created them because they're not words to me anymore. They're reminders. And sometimes we need little reminders throughout the day to come back to ourselves. Whether, like I said, whether it's a mug, a coffee mug, a shirt, a candle, something that interrupts that old habit of abandoning ourselves. So if that's something that would encourage you on your healing journey, the link's always in my bio. You guys, you can go in there. It's in my description. But this isn't the important thing. Whether you ever buy anything or not is not important. I hope you leave here tonight remembering these words. Always choose yourself. Don't shrink anymore. Whatever it is, recognize those feelings in you. Like with my daughter, the whole thing with my daughter, when she said, let's forget and move on and just start fresh, I wasn't okay with that. And I could feel that in my body. I was not okay with that. So I told her, I said, I cannot move on until we discuss hard things. And I won't. And if she decides not to sit at the table with me and discuss hard things, then that's exactly where our relationship will stay. And that's her choice. Because she did not want to sit at the table with me, I cannot force her to. But at the same time, I am no longer going to dim my light, and I am going to choose myself. And that is not a selfish thing. They say we talk too much and that empty vessels make the most noise. They say talk is cheap. They want us to be silent, Glennis. Yeah, they're going to try to say anything that they can, to get us to be silent, but we're not going to. Not anymore. That was the old us. Talk too much, empty vessels make the most noise. That's funny. They're projecting right there, the empty vessels, because they're the ones that make the most noise, right? They're the empty vessels. So let's see. I feel as if I'm a scratched record, providing myself the lifetime repair. Yes. Yeah, everything on the table. It's the only way to heal and move forward. And unfortunately, by the glimpse of the notification that I got from her, it's not the response that I'm hoping for. So I'll have to wait till after the live to look for it. Like, it makes my stomach upset because I'm hoping for connection and repair, but like I was saying in this live, we cannot make somebody change. We cannot make somebody want to do the work. But what we can do is allow what level of access they have to us and what energy we give of ourselves to them. Because I refuse, if it's not reciprocal, then I refuse. I will match energy. And that's what we have to do. Because our energy is too precious and our peace is too precious. So let's see, where are we at now? So what if those red flags in ourselves are really survival strategies? So be it. Anything else is self-abandonment. Absolutely, Honey Pepper. Yeah, and we're not doing that anymore. We're not self-abandoning anymore. So what if really those red flags are really survival strategies in ourselves? So let's turn to the mirror. Let's turn the mirror around for a minute. Not because we're blaming ourselves, not because everything was our fault, but because healing means becoming curious about ourselves. Sometimes people ask me, what are the red flags in ourselves? And maybe instead of calling them red flags, we could call them survival strategies. So it doesn't feel like so shameful because we were surviving. Many of these behaviors didn't come from nowhere. They developed while we were trying to survive. Think about it. If you spent years walking on eggshells, wouldn't it make sense that you now overthink every conversation? If you were punished for having feelings, wouldn't it make sense that you started hiding from them? If every disagreement turned into an argument, wouldn't it make sense that you avoid conflict today? These aren't signs that you're broken. They're clues. They're showing us where healing still needs to happen. And that's actually hopeful because once we recognize the pattern, we can begin changing it. Cannot use the pink elephant in the room as a coffee table. It's not okay. Yeah, absolutely not okay. And things are going to bleed over into the relationship, and it's just going to be the same toxic thing, and people are going to be emotionally starving. So patterns we might notice in ourselves is how we can begin changing it. Maybe we avoid difficult conversations because we're afraid they'll turn into a fight. I think this is where my daughter might be, because I'm afraid too. Because our past was where we would get heated and we would react to each other. So I think maybe she's avoiding the conversation because she's afraid it's going to turn into a fight. Bringing that great comment. Yes, thank you, Katie. She always has great, funny things to say. So maybe we over explain ourselves because we spent years trying to prove we weren't the problem. Maybe we apologized for everything, even when we didn't do anything wrong. Maybe we ignore our intuition. Maybe we accept breadcrumbs because we've forgotten what healthy love feels like. Or maybe we never even knew what healthy love feels like. I've never experienced healthy love. Have you guys? Anybody in here? Maybe we put everyone else's needs ahead of our own. Maybe we're terrified of abandonment. Maybe we confuse chaos with passion because chaos becomes familiar. But none of these things mean you're broken. They tell a story. They tell us where healing is still needed. People don't like being held accountable for their actions. It's hard. It's really hard. And I have to share something else with you guys. Just this weekend, this last week at work, I made a mistake. It was an honest mistake. I was confused. I wasn't being careless, but it caused a major inconvenience at my job. And I felt shameful at first and like a little bit defensive, like, well, you should have done this or dispatch should have been better. But then I said, no, I should have made a phone call. It would have taken a simple phone call to clarify, and it would have prevented that situation. So I took accountability and I said, I am so sorry. Yes, I should have called, and it won't ever happen again. I will do better. And that was hard because I was truly confused. But the truth is, I could have just made a phone call. Just did the right thing. But I was all discombobulated because all kinds of things were going on that morning and I wasn't on my game. I wasn't in my truck. It was crazy. But from now on, I will, if I have any doubts or any questions, I will make a phone call. Simple as that. See how easy it is to take accountability. Let me catch up here. No, absolutely not. I have not known what love or lovers or have been given real love. Yeah, you're not alone on that, Kelly, and thank you for sharing that. Because I think there's a lot of people out there that come from the same thing. You can agree to disagree, set boundaries, and try to move past. Everything won't be perfectly solved, but the willingness to have the discussion is the first step moving forward. Yes, you're right, Honey Pepper. You're so right. If I could just get her past that first step, that's the hard part. It's difficult but necessary for your healthy life. Yeah, those are great comments, you guys. Thank you. So let me see. So what's one pattern you've noticed in yourself, you guys, that you're trying to heal? Like maybe being that feeling of shame, from being making a screw up, just being human, because we're human, we're going to make mistakes. And this is where the narcissist comes in, because they are so full of shame. Immediately they get defensive. But we can have some of those behaviors too, where we get defensive when someone calls us out on something, like I did at work. The first thing was defensiveness because I was truly confused and it was somebody else in dispatch. So where was my train of thought with that? Sorry, guys, I'm getting brain fog because it's bringing back the stress of what happened at work. So we notice the patterns, so even for people that aren't narcissistic, it's hard to be held accountable. It's hard to hear that you hurt someone or you caused somebody an inconvenience. But the more accepting you become of yourself this is what I found when this happened last week, is that you become kinder to yourself. You become, when you're not so defensive, you can just, I don't know, I can't explain it, but it was a freeing feeling. Okay, that's what I can say about it. It was freeing to just immediately own up to the shit. I'm sorry. I should have called. Yes, it won't happen again. I named what I did. I am so sorry that I caused this inconvenience. I should have called. This is what I will do next time, and this won't happen again. I've learned my lesson. That's all it takes. And it's so freeing when you can just automatically be accountable. So it made me think of a narcissist, like how shitty it feels when they're defensive with everything they're called out on, how energy draining that is. It really is. When you just step up and you're accountable and all the cards can be on the table, it's freeing. But I can't get my daughter to see that. I can't get anyone to see that because everyone goes through their own healing journey. Everyone has to go down their own path and make their own decisions because we're all adults. Currently, I'm working on speaking up to people without feeling guilt and shame, even before I say whatever I need to say. Yeah, that's a hard one because, Katie, none of that was modeled for us in a healthy way when we grew up, and it's part of the reparenting ourselves. Having to learn healthy communication skills. They certainly didn't teach it in school. Uh-oh, I got to plug in my light, you guys, so I'm not sitting in the dark here. Let's plug in my light. I need a better light that holds the charge longer, and this little thing does not do it because every live, it wants to act up and run out of juice. So let's see if that'll, there we go. All right. So let's see. So Katie's working on the pattern of speaking up um, without feeling guilt and shame before you say what you need to say. Honey Pepper says narcissists are notorious for avoiding difficult discussions, primarily because they can't communicate or take accountability. Yeah, they feel like you are attacking them. They are being attacked, and they don't want to become better people because they feel like they're already perfect. But us, on the other hand, we can change, we can take accountability. We know that we're not perfect. Humans are not perfect. We all bleed red, but that's something the narcissist will never grasp. But we can, so that's the good thing. And I'm telling you guys, it's freeing. It's freeing when you can take accountability. It's like lifting bricks off your shoulders and then it lets the other person's guard down because it's just a win-win situation. It turned out good. So the patterns, let's see, awareness isn't weakness. And thank you guys for being honest and what you're sharing with me, because awareness is where healing begins. And sometimes recognizing the pattern is the hardest part. And that's where it's all a full circle, you guys, like spending the time alone with your thoughts and drowning out the world and the pollution, because then when you can think clearly, you can, it just all goes together. You can have, I'm getting brain fog again. The self-awareness. The self-awareness becomes crystal clear. So because our internal GPS got hacked, last live we talked about that. I have gray matter. Katie, I love her so much. You're always just breaking up the tension and the brain fog with you. You're so funny. I know. Yes, we have gray matter, unlike the narcissist, right? So you heard me talk last week about our internal GPS, how the narcissist hacked that. And I think that's one of the hardest parts of healing, because after enough manipulation, our internal GPS gets hacked. We stop trusting ourselves. We second guess ourselves. We ignore our intuition. We explain away red flags. We think we're overreacting. We think we're too sensitive, or maybe we're the problem. And after enough of that, we don't know what to trust anymore. So one of the comments that really stayed with me, that came from someone in this community, she said, I don't trust my nervous system anymore. And that broke my heart, because I think so many of us feel that way. When you've spent years being told your reality is wrong, eventually you stop believing in yourself. You stop trusting your own instincts. And that's exactly what emotional manipulation does. It disconnects us from ourselves. But the beautiful part is, you guys, that's a new shirt idea, that you have gray matter. Remind me of that, Katie. I have gray matter. You're so funny. Yes, that would be a great shirt or a coffee cup or any of it. But so our GPS isn't broken forever. It just needs recalibrating, you guys. And that's what healing is. It's learning to trust ourselves again, not perfectly, but little by little, baby steps, decision by decision, boundary by boundary, promise by promise to ourselves, learning to trust ourselves again. So it's one promise to ourselves at a time. Paying attention to actions instead of words, listening when something doesn't feel right, remembering that a healthy relationship does not require us to abandon ourselves, by realizing that disagreement is not abuse. Healthy people can disagree with us. We can agree to disagree and still be friends and love each other and have a great relationship and have respect. I enjoyed your podcast, Walking to the Light. Thank you, Honey Pepper. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. What stood out to you the most? Um, so, healthy people don't make us feel afraid to have a conversation. Healthy people don't punish us for having feelings. Healthy people don't dismiss us having adult conversation about hard things, about rebuilding, repairing, and that's how you can move on. So that's a part of rebuilding our internal compass. And I think one of the biggest signs we're healing isn't that we stop making mistakes, it's that we recover from them faster. So going back to my situation at work, normally I would have beat myself up for days, maybe even weeks. But I said, no, you're a human being. We all make mistakes. And then I found out later that my boss said other drivers had done that same mistake. And so I stopped beating myself up. And after I talked to her about it and I took the accountability and I told her, this job's important to me, I do care, I felt better. And then I'm done with it. I don't feel guilt about it anymore. So we move on and recover faster from things. Um, the evil spirits that try to pull you under, and our determination not to let them change us, and we keep walking to the light. I'm glad you took that away from it, because that was the core message of that whole video, Honey Pepper. That no matter how much the dark tries to bring you down, you're still going to show your light. This little light of mine. Remember that song in church? When I was little, my parents went to church all the time, and I remember that. This little light of mine song. Our brains got broken into pieces, but we have glue guns, spit, grit, and duct tape to Yes, I love your analogies. We have glue guns and spit. Yes, Katie. Oh, I love it. I love it. That's another shirt or some kind of, I don't know, journal cover or something. That's great. Yes. So we recover from them faster. Can you say that 5 times? We stop abandoning ourselves. We stop explaining away what our intuition is trying to tell us. We stop confusing familiarity with safety. We stop chasing people who continually show us that they don't want to be caught. Instead, we start paying attention. Coffee mug for sure. We start paying attention. We start asking better questions, not how do I get them to love me, but does this relationship feel safe? Can I be myself here? This is a big one. Always choose yourself. Can I be myself with this person? Am I shrinking any part of myself just to have this person in my life? If there's a yes to that, that is a big red flag and no bueno. Here's another one. Can we disagree without me feeling afraid? Do their actions consistently match their words? Those are the questions that protect us. Those are the questions that rebuild self-trust. Here's another thing I just thought of. like a bottle of spray. This is narcissist spray. It's toxic people spray. It's manipulative people spray. Those are the things inside the spray bottle that you ask yourself, because that will repel those types of people away from you. Because you deserve better than that. You deserve to be yourself. You deserve to feel safe. You deserve to have someone in your life where their actions consistently match their words, and that's your protection. That is recalibrate. That's recalibrating your GPS to know where the hell to go. Because if you know what your boundaries are, you know what your standards are, and you don't falter, there is no negotiating any of those standards. Not anymore. Once you know that you can stick to those standards, that you're not going to lower them for anybody, then your GPS is going to remain on track. It's no longer hacked. So don't let it get hacked again, okay? So the real win is, maybe this is what winning actually looks like, you guys. Not watching somebody else, not watching that narcissist, not waiting for anyone to change, not just the narcissist that you were with or no longer with, but anybody, because toxic people are always going to be roaming this earth. Narcissists are always going to be roaming this earth. So you need your bottle of repellent. Um, Not waiting for them to change, not hoping they'll finally become the person you needed, not having to train anybody on how to treat you. Um, Maybe winning looks like trusting ourselves, maybe for the first time in our lives. Choosing ourselves again, building a life where we no longer abandon ourselves just to keep somebody else, and being secure and not fitting in. Yes, and that brings me back to another video I'd like to make about, who's that tree guy? What's his first name? I don't know. He's got this bowl cut, and he was such an outcast, was not allowed to be himself. I don't want to give too much away if I'm going to do a podcast on this eventually, or a video, but I love the fact that he became famous for being who he is. He recently passed away in a helicopter accident collision, but he changed he changed the world with the message that always be who you are, do not change for anybody. He made himself as weird as possible, but he was accepted eventually for being exactly who he is and was. Oliver Tree. Yes, thank you, Katie. I forgot his first name was Oliver. Yeah, Oliver Tree. So you guys look him up. He's got a little documentary of when he grew up and when he started writing music and stuff like that, and kind of a little bit of his journey. But I just love the fact that, I mean, I can't get used to the bowl cut, but he's different for a reason, and people accept him for that. And that's what we have to remember. We have to remember Oliver Tree and be our true selves no matter what, no matter who accepts us. If we have to be standing beside ourselves alone, then so be it, because you will find your people. I know I found my best friend through healing, and my daughter through healing. She now has a best friend that respects her. It's reciprocal. She doesn't have to shrink herself. She doesn't have to be worried about what she's going to say or do, because my daughter is very unfiltered. She's got some funny jokes, but not everybody gets it. But she's found someone that accepts her for who she is, and she doesn't have to change anything about herself for this friend. And I'm so happy for her. I'm happy for me because I have a best friend too, and she's great, and she makes me laugh. So we don't hope winning looks like trusting ourselves again, choosing ourselves maybe for the first time in our lives, and building a life where we no longer abandon ourselves just to keep somebody else. Maybe winning is no longer needing answers we'll probably never get. Maybe winning is finding peace. Let me read this. What do you think about Jimmy Fallon interview Conor McGregor? I don't think I've seen that, Honey Pepper. Can you fill me in a little bit? We were traumatized by the bowl cut. Yeah. Yeah, but his personality is so great. Like, he just seems like such an authentic, loving, caring, very talented person. Um, so maybe winning is no longer needing answers we'll probably never get. Winning is finding peace without needing closure from the person who hurt us. Maybe winning is finally believing ourselves believing our intuition, believing our worth, believing we deserve relationships where we don't have to earn basic respect. Maybe for the first time, winning has nothing to do with them at all. Maybe winning is coming home to ourselves. So this goes back to the promise. Your promise. Before I'm going to open it up if anybody wants to talk. If I can figure out how to get the link because I'm on my laptop, see if I can get the link if anybody wants to come in and share. But before I end most of what I wanted to talk about right now, I wanted to ask you guys to do something, not for me, but for yourself. I want you to make one promise to yourself this week. Again, not 10 of them, not a list of things you think you should do, but just one. Just one. And it doesn't have to be exercise. It doesn't have to be, it could be anything that has to do with your healing that's going to nurture you, that's going to make things better, that is good for you, that's going to move you forward. Like keeping that promise to yourself because you're building that trust in yourself. So it's not a list of things that you think you should do, just one promise you know you can keep. Maybe your promise is setting one boundary. Maybe it's taking one walk, or maybe Deanna, if you can't do the walking, try something out. Maybe some stretches, like gentle stretching when you're sitting down or laying in bed. My daughter does that because she's bedbound a lot. So it doesn't have to be, something jogging around the block or something crazy like that. Maybe it's making that doctor's appointment you've been putting off. Maybe it's finally getting some rest without feeling guilty. Maybe it's saying no when you normally would have said yes. Maybe it's eating one healthy meal, like what Honey Pepper's talking about. She's doing awesome with that. The little baby steps. Maybe it's speaking to yourself with a little bit more kindness. Maybe it's simply deciding, I'm not going to abandon myself today. Whatever your promise is, make it small enough that you can succeed. And don't beat yourself up if you don't do it. Take bite sizes and baby steps. If you don't feel like it this day, reset yourself. And that's what I had to do because I missed the Tai Chi last week. After the live, time got away with me and I wasn't able to do it. But I did something else that I noticed. I did not shrink for my daughter because I refuse to not talk about hard things and to have some repair. So it's something that honors yourself, that helps you build trust and keep promises. Keeping promises to build the trust. One promise, one decision, one boundary, one choice at a time. That's how we begin believing in ourselves again. So if you're comfortable, tell us in the chat, what's one promise you might make to yourself this week? I'm trying to think of mine. Let's read I watched her for a couple months, but I find her negative. It's on her channel. Okay, you'll have to remind me of, I'll have to go back I forgot who we're talking about. Proud of you for not self-abandoning, Glennis. Thank you, Honey Pepper. I'm proud of all of us in here. You guys all be proud of yourselves too. You guys are doing great. We're a bunch of strong people in here. Excuse me, my dog's hair gets up my nose. So I hope you guys will come back next Sunday and tell me how you did with this, because this isn't about reporting back to me, you guys. It's about proving to yourself that you can trust yourself again. It just helps if you share it in here, because there might be people watching that aren't to where we're at in the healing process yet, and this could be really good for them to see. It's not spelled sunny though. Oh, this is somebody on social media. I think what you were asking me about before. So you guys, if there's one thing I hope you take away from this live, it's this, that maybe we've been asking the wrong questions. Maybe the question isn't, are narcissists really winning? The better question is, what would happen if I stopped making them the center of my healing? Because every minute we spend chasing answers is a minute we're not spending rebuilding ourselves. Because we may never know if they change, never know if they're happy, if they truly understood what they did or had any remorse. And maybe we don't need those answers anymore because our healing was never supposed to depend on theirs. Our healing begins the moment we decide to come back to ourselves, and the moment we decide our peace matters, the moment we decide our future matters, the moment we decide to stop abandoning ourselves. So, Sony, sorry, being so dang positive for myself and others that the negative people weed themselves away. Yeah, just always imagine that bottle of Narcaway. It's Narcaway spray or manipulative toxic people spray because they can't get through. And like last live when I talked about manipulative people and narcissists want easy people that don't exercise boundaries, that will bend easily to their will, that will just honor and worship and adore them. And they don't like people like us with boundaries and know their self-worth and don't put up with the BS anymore. They go run the other way. So we let them run because they'll keep running from themselves the rest of their life. Make a shirt that says no narc zone. Okay, let me write it down. And for those of you that asked for the narcissist sucks shirt, I have that in my store now. I have it in a hat, I have it in a button, a shirt, a tank top, and I think there's a coffee cup. Narc repellent. Let me write that down. And then on the back, should I put like boundaries, everything I just said earlier? Boundaries, not abandoning yourself, just a highlight of some things that's like narc repellent. Shout out to Dan Moore. That's his channel name on YouTube. He drives his pickup around and talks about his experience being raised by a narcissistic mother. Let me write that down because I'd love to look them up. You know, I find like most of my, when I'm driving around, I can't film while I'm working though, but maybe after work, driving around and talking about things just seem to flow to my mind better. I don't get brain fog as much. So maybe I'll start doing that more since I can't do it at work. I was told I can't make videos at work anymore. Dan M. Moore. He's on YouTube, Deanna. YouTube influencer. And then the shirt you want, no narc zone. Tired of the doctorate people that want money. Yeah, I know. And some of their packages are so expensive. Like most people out of narcissistic abuse, a lot of them are controlled financially, and I don't think they realize that. You know, they do give some free stuff away, and you could probably learn this stuff, but it takes a lot of research, and I don't know. I agree, Deanna. I like him. Shout out to him for real, 100%. No narc zone shirt. You can make it a coffee cup too. I'm big on coffee cups. The stop sign and the hand. I have gray matter, and I have the gray matter shirt. Okay, I have. Shirts, merch. Should we say anything else on it about on the I have gray matter? Okay, cup. You'd like it on a cup, Honey Pepper? Shoe, shredding silence. Anything. Yeah, they got journals, they got candles, they got koozies like this one I made. It says unhealed trauma is not a free pass to hurt people. Absolutely the fuck not. I made that one. I can make tumblers. They have all kinds of stuff. Bags, little purses, all kinds of stuff. I think they even have like beanies, you know, for upcoming winter. I had a dream that my husband broke my coffee mug, so I had to buy one from Shredding Silent Shop. Not kidding. That's so awesome. Which one did you get? The narcissist suck one? I matter. That's a good one too, Katie. I matter. Yes. You guys got great ideas. In the dream, I bought the narc suck. That's so cool, Deanna. That's a good dream to have. You replace the cup with the Shredding Silence narc suck cup. I love it. So I don't know if I can find the link if anybody wants to come and talk if you're interested. If not, I won't go look for it. But normally I do the lives on my phone. I've been starting to do it on the computer. I want to get another computer so these lives will go easier and I don't have to, look at this small screen with my notes because I got this printer, but they somehow signed me up for the ink app like monthly thing and I never freaking signed up for that. So I can't print anything on there until I figure out how to get them to take me off of that. It makes me so mad, these people. They try to get money in any freaking way they can. I just wanted a printer so I could print my stuff out. I have ink and I have paper, but I can't print it because of that. A message pops up in the dream about the narc suck. So I want to thank you guys for spending part of your Sunday with me as always. And I noticed we didn't get any haters in here. No narcissists came up in here like uh, projectile people. So that's good. And I want to thank you all for supporting each other, for sharing everything, how much courage it takes to show up and all the support we have in here. You guys are doing so awesome on the healing journey. Be proud of yourselves. I'm proud of myself. Like, it's so cool when you have different tools and you put them to use, and the feeling with that is phenomenal. Like when you actually feel the shift in your whole demeanor and your behavior and the power in it's indescribable. Yes, thank you for the hearts, honey pepper. I know how much courage it takes to heal. It's not easy. It's not for the weak. So you all, every single one of you in here are so incredibly strong. Yeah, no projectors. You all are incredibly strong because healing it's not easy, and that's why a lot of people choose not to do it. It's easier for them just to ignore stuff and keep living in denial, you know. I know how much courage it takes to heal, and I hope every single one of you leave here remembering something, that you survive things you never should have had to survive. None of us. But surviving isn't where our story ends. You know, we we get to rebuild, we get to rediscover ourselves, we get to trust ourselves again. One promise, one choice, one day at a time, and choose ourselves as always. Always choose yourself. So I'm just looking around here. Engage with your audience. Edit. What is edit? I don't even know how to get a thing on here for you guys to talk and come on. I found it at one point. Let's see. Now I don't know how to find it. And when I created this live today, it did not give me a link like it normally does, but normally I create the lives on my phone. So I don't know, you guys, I keep learning. Eventually I'll get this mastered. It's one step at a time, like healing, right? Add a stream. What is this? Create a highlight. Stream marker. I wanted to show off the snazzy rose bush in my yard. Oh yeah, I'd love to see that too. Let me keep looking around, Deanna. See if I can find it. tote bag that picture a screaming person on a roller coaster that says healing is the ride of a lifetime. You have so many great ideas. Okay, let me write that one down. Tote bag, roller coaster, screaming person, healing, ride of a lifetime. That's for sure. And that reminds me, Katie showed me a video of, it was AI, of course, but it was this guy going down like the water chute, and there was barely any water in it. I don't know how he was sliding down the dang thing. But down below, it has its curves and twists and down, and there was these huge, like, open mouth with all these teeth and stuff, and it was supposed to go down in it. And she said that's what healing is like, and that's so spot on. Okay, I'll work on the tote bag then, if that's the thing that you want the most. With the roller coaster thing on it, that healing's the ride of a lifetime. We used to put newspapers and magazines in them, stuff that's going extinct. You used to put those in the tote bags, Deanna? I still can't find the link to invite you on. What the heck? Moderation, participants, activity, timestamp, reactions, and feedback, live. Switch accounts. No, I can't find it anywhere. There's nothing on here that gives me a link for you guys to come on and talk. I don't know why. Cancel. Customization, details. Let me see if it gives me a link here. Language captions. I don't see where to grab a link to get you guys to come on, because I would love to see your garden and your roses. Live reactions, message delay, redirect, trailer. And I added a trailer on here and it didn't show it either. I don't understand. I don't know, you all. The only way I think I got a link was creating the live on my phone, but then if I do the live on my laptop, I lose the link because they're two separate devices. So I'm sorry, you guys. Darn technology. They're always changing stuff, I swear. Once you learn something and then they go and change it. Why do they have to do that? The struggle is real. I got the share screen. That didn't happen so well last time, so we're not going to do that. I don't know. I've pretty much clicked on everything around here, and I do not see where to get a link. Manage, pop out dashboards, channel settings, feedback. Don't have access to this feature. It makes no sense. It should not matter since it's your channel. I know, it's weird. I don't know why the method to their madness. Manage. So I don't know, you guys. I'm not having any luck. Like, everything I've clicked on does not show anything about sharing a link. It's something I'm going to have to research then and figure out how to do, because I really like when you guys are able to come on here and share. They wicked. Yeah. Computers are here to help us be more intelligent. Yeah, the old link will never work for the new live, Honey Pepper, unfortunately. It would be nice if they just kept the same one, but Like Katie said, computers are here to help us be more intelligent and make us want to throw things against the wall for sure. Testing my patience. Patience. Miyago. Yeah, there's nothing on here. Let me try this though. What if I click on your name? Channel pin message, put user. Nope, we don't want to put you in timeout. We want to invite you to talk. So when I click on your name, it only gives me go to channel, pin message, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user, remove as standard moderator. No, we don't want to do any of those things. We want to invite her to come and talk, YouTube. That's not it. All messages are visible, especially the dang computers. Yes, I want to throw it. All right, well, dang it. Sorry, I could not figure it out. I'm going over every little thing again and seeing for any like pull down menu. Switch account, sign out. We don't want to sign out, so it's not that. Those are emojis. I'll send you guys some hearts. What's this? Engage with your audience. Start Q&A, start poll, but it does not give me a link. Yeah. Okay, I need to breathe. Because I don't want to be pissed off. Set up an overlay for your breaks. No, we didn't. That didn't work last time either. Let's go down more. This is for some kind of encoder. I don't even know what an encoder is. And your encoder out of browser source. So this is going to take me some more research. Nothing I'm going to figure out right now in front of all of you guys. But whatever you guys want to talk about, I don't know if you want to talk about anything or share anything. Or we can just close it for now and move on and with our days and our healing. And you don't have access to this feature. Maybe that's it. Don't have access to 2 features, and I don't know what those are. So what you guys got planned for the rest of the weekend? Anything special? Deanna, post your roses in the community so we can be amazed. Yes, Deanna, since I couldn't get the link for you to come on here, that would be awesome. I'd love to see them. Thank you. Thank you, Deanna. How's all your fur babies and your duckies doing? Do you guys have anything else to share that happened this week? Good, bad, challenges, victories. Honey Pepper, you still on here cleaning? Because I know it's your cleaning day. I got to clean. And when I got all these boo-boos at work this week, my leg is, I just went to itch my leg and I accidentally itched over the boo-boo. Like flatbeds are brutal. I got this big scratch on my arm. I got a big scratch on my leg. It's like, man, getting too old for this stuff. Oh, and then the bruise. See the bruise? It looks like I got beat up. I don't know where that came from. I think I bumped into something, but one guy at work thought that I got maybe bit by a black widow because it's bruised up like it is, but there's no bite marks, so I don't think it was a black widow. My kitty is visiting me. The geese are awesome, and chickies and dog are. Your kitty's visiting you right now, like she's nuzzling up to your face, giving you some love. Mine are asleep. They're passed out in their dog beds, and I don't know where the cat is. She's been sleeping on the stairs lately. I think she guards the house by sleeping on the stairs. I spoke with a family member concerning their relationship and I was heard. You were? That's awesome. It's so nice when people listen and like take us seriously, huh? Thanks for sharing that, Katie. Yeah, it's nice to be heard. And I hope they take your advice. Yeah, and I got to visit with my Bun Bun a little bit this morning because I feel so bad that she has to be in a cage for her safety. But originally, when I got her, I wanted her to be a free roam bunny. But quickly found out that it's very expensive to bunny proof a house, and I had two of them at the time. So I got to spend time with Bun Bun this morning. I cut her nails. I kind of hung out with her on the bed and then put her back. But BB is guarding two floors. Yeah, because they like to be high up. And I read about that. Like she's guarding the house. My second son came to visit me and said we can have a barbecue soon. Oh, that's good, Deanna. And barbecue, yum yum. Yes, I'm still here. Yes, Sundays are my cleaning days. How's it going, Honey Pepper? I love cleaning. I just don't have enough time to do as much as I need to do. But the fire people are supposed to come tomorrow and install these fire pipes, and I'm not thrilled about it. I hope they don't flake because people don't seem to hire people that know what they're doing. So I really wanted to clean my room a little bit and get rid of some clothes, and it's just a mess up there. It's such a mess. So, yeah, cleaning helps you feel so much better. I don't know about you, but it just feels like your mind is more, just helps you relax. It's like regulating for your nervous system. I had a house rabbit, but did keep him in a cage when not roaming around. I couldn't do the complete rabbit proofing. Yeah. I used to have them when I first had them bring their cage downstairs, but it was a whole production. It's like a playpen, not the whole cage, and then just a few toys and stuff, and let them come out. But I haven't been doing that. Honey Pepper says I have very limited space, so I have to reorganize it every week. I can't wait to get out of this dungeon. I bet. Yeah, I used to live in a basement when I lived in Utah once, and it was depressing. I mean, there was no narcissist there at the time because I was leaving a narcissist. It was my youngest daughter's father, and in Utah, because in Utah there's a lot of basements in there, so they took a whole house and they made each level an apartment, and I had the bottom half, which it was very spacious, but it was kind of depressing down there because it was dark and yeah, I didn't like it. I only lasted 6 months there, not very long. So I hope that you can get out of there. Is there any hope for that in the near future, Honey Pepper? How long did you have your rabbit, Deanna? What kind of rabbit was it? We used to raise rabbits when I was younger and we lived in Iowa. We had like 3 barns full of them. We used to show them. My dad would butcher some of them, and then I had a pet. I'm enjoying watching the World Cup international people really enjoying Texas food. It's kind of funny. Are you enjoying Texas food or watching people enjoy Texas food? Chicken, steak. What else do you got on there? Bacon, hamburgers, fries, pizza, hot dogs. Is that soda or burrito? The little emojis. He was a mixed breed, rather large, lived to be 11. Wow, that's a long time for a rabbit. What color was he? Honey Pepper says, yes, hopefully next year I'll be gone for good, hopefully across the world somewhere. That would be awesome, Honey Pepper. I can't wait for you to get out of there and have your own space, both. So you're eating it and you're watching it. That's awesome. The best of both worlds, Katie. Yeah, it's so easier for me to read your guys' comments on the screen, but and then I look up away from you guys, but just know what I'm doing. I got you guys on my big screen. I wish that I can just go live off my TV because it's bigger and it's so much easier to see. And I can have my notes on one side and you got, I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but it takes a long time sometimes to figure out technology. I first got to learn how to get that link for you guys. Yes, prayers for your happiness. Brown bunny with tiny bit of grizzling. Aw. Do you have any pictures, Deanna, of your rabbit? What was it, a boy or a girl? And the name. Sounds like you want to get as far away as possible, Honey Pepper. Okay, we'll be here, Honey Pepper. I'll wait for a little bit. Hang out with you guys a little bit more. We've been on an hour and 45 minutes, so not as long as we normally are, but I do want to end it earlier than 4 hours today for sure because I have to clean some stuff for them to come in tomorrow. Hopefully they don't flake for the fire thing, especially my bedroom. It's I don't like it. Boy rabbit, his name was John, came with a guinea pig named Yoko. Aw. Glennis, you need to work on your podcast space. Yes, I know. I want a desk, but right now I don't have a desk. I want to get a desk and I want to get a nice microphone, like a professional microphone, maybe put shredding silence around it, like, the news people do, make it look all official, and a nice chair. But for now, this is what I have because finances only allow me to do so much. But I don't think people know, and it's hard to mention it because that's one of the things that's hard about healing too is accepting help from people. Like I have a PayPal me in my link, but I don't mention it too often because it's hard to do. But it is there, and I know some content creators put a wish list on their Amazon wish list on their link because they're trying to get equipment and computers, and like I'd like to have a microphone that hooks onto my shirt so if I'm not at my desk, one of those nice microphones. There's all kinds of things that I want for this channel, but I'll have to grow bigger. I don't know where his pictures are. He passed away. Look for free furniture on Facebook Marketplace. Yeah, I was starting to look for vehicles on there last night because I'm going to have to purchase another vehicle. I need to have a backup vehicle. My biggest fear is not having a vehicle to get to work because, vehicles break down as they will, and it's a long walk to work. And I don't think any buses go out there, so eventually I will get one. But I've got my healing shirt on today. I don't know if I showed you guys. I like this color, the healing one step at a time. And they come in different colors. I forgot which ones I have. I think there's a blue one. I don't know if there's a white one or a black one. I forgot. But it's one of my favorite shirts. And then I still have to order the Always Choose Yourself one and the coffee cup. I haven't ordered some of my own merch. I love purple lettering. Yeah, me too. I think it's kind of the theme of shredding silence now. That's a pretty green. Thank you, Katie. Yeah, green was my favorite color. What's all your favorite colors? And green seems like a very healing color to me because um, it's like growing. That's why I have my little sprout in between the shredding and the silence because you're growing out. You ever see like plants just growing out of like asphalt? That's kind of what it's like. It reminds me of coming out of a narcissistic abusive relationship, and especially your entire life. Like you are growing out of nothing. You are growing. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. If you guys understand what I mean, but it kind of represents healing to me. That's why I put that sprout in there. And coming out of the ground. Light pink and light. I can't pronounce that. I don't even know what color that is, Katie. Can you tell me what chartreuse? Is that a French word? Chartreuse? I'm sure I butchered it. I've never seen that as a color before. If I have, I don't remember. Pink. I think there's a pink option for this shirt. I'm not sure. Yellow green. Thank you, Deanna. Yellow green. Barbecue. Deanna, you got me thinking about barbecue. Look it up. It's a cool color. Okay, chartreuse or chartreuse? Chartreuse. Let me look it up then. I saw Christmas lights in chartreuse. Oh, it's like a bright yellow green color. I don't know if you guys can see that. Like this. The light is making it. Okay, you can kind of see it there. Like that. Yeah, I like that color too. Yellow greenish. Vivid, almost neon yellow green. Color most people mean when they say chartreuse. Chartreuse. French liqueur. It comes from, oh, it is a French word. It comes from the famous French liqueur made by Carthusian monks, which has a distinctive greenish yellow color. Did you guys know that? Chartreuse. If someone says that shirt is chartreuse, picture something like a highlighter marker, fresh spring leaves with extra yellow, lime mixed with yellow. Honey Pepper, what's your favorite color? So we've got Katie likes pink and chartreuse and get up. Who else? I'm back. Honey Pepper's back. And Deanna, did I miss what yours are? Would you like to visit Europe? If so, where in Europe? I would like to go to Italy is a nice place. France. Where would you like to go, Honey Pepper? It's the modern 80s peppy colors. Uh-oh, my daughter wrote a book almost. Okay, I have to deal with this after work. Germany, Switzerland, and France. Red and black, Deanna likes. In combination is badass. Yes, I like red and black too. Those are nice colors. All right, I'm a little dysregulated from a message. I read a little snippet of what my daughter sent, so I'm going to have to regulate myself, you guys. Yeah. It's kind of the same old, same old. I didn't even read the whole thing, and I'm upset. I have to not read it right now. Yeah, I think it was, I don't know if she's still in here. Kelly? Are you still in here, Kelly? You were saying something about your daughter. You'll never have a relationship with her. I can relate to that. Be strong. And I thought I accepted that. I think I have accepted that I don't think we'll ever have the kind of relationship that I want, need, and deserve, that we all want, need, and deserve, like my grandchildren and everything. I've already accepted it, but it still hurts. It hurts a lot because it's so unfair. I'm trying. I guess she's mad because it took me over a week to get back to her. But what's the options? Like saying words that are harmful, because I'm learning how to communicate with someone I've been always walking on eggshells with. So if you guys have any advice, because I don't have all the answers, I'm learning. This is all new. I'm learning with you guys. Be satisfied that you extended the olive branch. You are willing. Sometimes others aren't, and we just have to let go. Yeah, that's how I feel sometimes, because every time I have an interaction with her, it's just very draining. Tell her it deserves a thoughtful answer. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was trying to do, because I don't want communication to be how it was before. It was toxic. And I'm trying so hard not to do that. And anything I do, she's still getting frustrated with me. So it's like, why even bother? Why bother? You can't see that I'm trying, you know? I don't know. I don't know, you guys. It's like a no-win situation, it's just like spinning your wheels in the mud. But then again, it can cause rumination. It's not 100% your fault. She has to be accountable for her choices. Yeah. Never good enough. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Well, and she's dealing with her own inner demons too, and her family situation. So I don't know. And then if someone is not interested in your life, there's no asking about her sister. There's no, what's going on at work. How are you doing? How's your channel going? Wasn't even interested in when I told her about I had a viral video, hit 1.3 million people. No interest in that. Nothing. So I think she just wants access to me. I don't know. You want to mend things. No one says it was going to be a cakewalk. One must be willing to also put everything on the table, no stonewalling. He who angers you controls you. You guys are right. You're right. And thank you. Thank you guys for the support. I came on here to support you guys, but I appreciate that you're here right now in this moment, this live, vulnerable, authentic moment. It's painful still. Because we have to grieve someone that's still alive, and when it's our own child, it's difficult. I'm not perfect, but I don't think she realizes that, but I'm trying. I'm hell, if my mom did even a quarter of the things that I've tried to do with my daughter, I would be so happy. I would be more than willing to sit down and talk to her. That's not fair. Access without reciprocity is once again self-abandonment. That's right, honey pepper, and that's what I refuse to do. Like, that's why I've already made it up in my mind that this isn't going to work. She's making it so difficult. It's like I'm damned no matter what I do. Thank you, Katie, for saying that. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate you all. This is my family here. You guys are my family. My mental graveyard is full of people who are dead to me. Yeah, and I have to take advice with my own video, the one where I put, sometimes we have to think of people. Sometimes we have to make to people, how did I say it? We have to make people be as dead to people as they make us feel, as they treat us like we are. Hava Java, hi. We missed you. We've talked about the whole live again, but we can catch you up if you'd like. I basically was talking about, let me get my notes back. Are narcissists really winning? In a nutshell, was talking about how, you know, they get new supply pretty much before they even leave the relationship with us, and how it can look like they're happy and succeeding and all of that. Um, but, narcissists put on the mask and they only let people see what they want you to see. So the same thing's happening with their supply. They're not showing us what happens behind closed doors in the same way that people looked at maybe you and the narcissist when you were with them, like you were a happy, great couple, but behind closed doors, they had no clue what was going on. And that I can guarantee you, with the new supply, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but pretty sure it's the same thing that they did to us, because they don't magically change just because they're with someone new. And how, like, turning our focus onto what the narcissist is doing, because they're still living rent free in our head, if we still wonder what they're doing, if they're healing, if they have any remorse, if they miss you like in a genuine way, which is no, because they don't miss people like we miss people. And we turn all of that around and focus on ourselves. And then I was talking about the promise that, remember last live, I said to make a promise to yourself and keep it, because that's how you get your GPS unhacked and you start self-trust. We discussed that pretty much in a nutshell, is that it doesn't matter what the narcissist is doing. It's just keeping those promises to ourselves and focusing on us. Yeah, even if it's baby steps, just one thing at a time. And I had shared that taking accountability for ourselves takes work too, because we feel shameful, especially because we were made to feel shameful by the narcissist, but we are human. And when you take accountability, how it lifts bricks off of your shoulders. Thank you for catching me up. And then I just shared we were talking about some ideas for merch in the store. One of them was a tote bag with a roller coaster and a screaming person on it saying, healing is a ride of a lifetime. I got requests for that. And then Katie said something about I have gray matter for a shirt, and Honey Pepper, the no narc zone shirt or coffee cup. Someone who is unwilling to try to meet you halfway will inevitably hurt you again, because they are doomed to repeat the same mistakes that brought you to the present day. Yeah. And then I was sharing how the promise that I had made to myself the last live, I don't know if you heard it, that I was going to do Tai Chi after the live. Well, life got away with me, and my daughter woke up. I needed to do dinner. The animals were needing me, so I didn't get to do the Tai Chi. But the one thing that I did, and this doesn't have to just be exercise, it's any promise to yourself. It's not shrinking yourself for somebody else. The thing that I did this week where I did not shrink myself was, my estranged daughter and I have been speaking again, and she just basically wants to move on. And I see that as shoving it under the rug, because when you have a relationship that has had damage and hurt, if there is not adult conversation that's uncomfortable and repair, there's no way to heal it and move on, because it will bleed on into the relationship in the future. So I'm dealing with that right now. And I basically told her I refuse to, there is no moving on without repair and adult conversation. And she keeps bringing it back on me. So I have a decision to make, whether I'm going to sever that relationship again, if it's not, if she's not willing to come to the table and talk about it. So that's how I kept a promise to myself. So let me catch up on, yeah, I think I'm caught up. So that's where I'm at. And if you have a promise that you kept to yourself, if you want to share it with us, that'd be cool. Because like I said, that's how you start building trust in yourself and getting your GPS unhacked. So your GPS knows where to go, and it can stay on course. And then we talked about, like, imagining a bottle of spray, and it's called narcissist spray, toxic people, manipulative people, whatever. And the contents inside, like the liquid, is, healthy boundaries, not shrinking yourself for people, not the word no, because that's a complete sentence. Anytime you're just not abandoning yourself is going to repel manipulative, toxic, narcissistic people, because they don't like that. They don't like people that are sure of themselves, that know who they are, that exercise boundaries, that don't put up with shit. They don't like that. They want the easy, like, fruit that's on the ground, because they're too even lazy to reach the low hanging fruit. They want the fruit, like Katie said last week, on the ground. Make it known that you must have the minimum of 15 minutes for yourself. It's a boundary for mental health. Yes, because it's a difference if a person doesn't want a relationship at all versus a person who just wants access on their terms. You can accept a person not wanting a relationship, but not one that leaves. Hava says, I had a mixed week, did some new things, and slid back in other ways, still moving forward. That's all that matters, Hava Java. We're all gonna slide back. That's what healing is. It's a normal part of it, but as long as you pick up and keep going forward, that's awesome. Be proud of yourself for that, because healing's no joke. It's not for the weak. You all are a bunch of strong people in here. You're feeling self-abandoned. Yeah. Not wanting a relationship, but not one that leaves you feeling self-abandoned. And that's how I feel. When I'm not asked about, her sister's not asked about, and it keeps being turned around on me, I don't accept that. I'm not accepting that anymore. Yeah, no bueno. Let's see what else. I don't know if I left anything else. Let me go over my notes again, Hava. See what else I talked about. Asking if you kept your promises. I posted the roses. Wish I had a better camera. Thank you. I'll check it out in a minute, Deanna. Thanks so much. I love your fur babies and your pretty flowers. Those are healing pictures to look at. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much covered it all. And then I was trying to find the link, so if someone wanted to come in here and talk, but I don't know why I can't find it on my laptop this time on YouTube. I don't know if YouTube changed stuff or what. I can find it on my phone when I do the video on my phone, but when someone comes live on the phone, I've had trouble with the audio. So, and then I can see better on my computer. So I don't know, you guys, I'm figuring it out. Every live. Oh, and then another thing I talked about was how, like, we can actually change and evolve and grow, and the narcissist doesn't do that. And how, when I was accountable this week at work, how it felt like a brick was lifted, and it's heavy when you have shame and you automatically get defensive when someone's calling you out on your behavior. It's a heavy thing. So then I thought about the narcissist, because they feel immense shame. They are full of shame, and that's why they get so defensive when we bring anything up to them, and it's exhausting. So I think, God, I am so glad we're not like them. Aren't you so glad you're not like them? Because that's heavy. They carry around a burden that they will never admit that they have. They cannot, they don't have the opportunity, because as the shirt, we have gray matter. We have gray matter. So we can change, we can evolve, we can grow, we can actually connect with people, and they will never connect with anybody, because all they do is use people for supply, and they're empty inside all the time. So I am so grateful that we're not like that. Yeah, then that's why they're so secretive. Deanna, you completed a request. Thank you. Yes, Deanna. We appreciate you. And roses and animals are such healing things and grounding things. Shame is huge to heal. I am only just realizing the degree of subconscious shame scripts I'm carrying. Yeah, those scripts. And that's why, another thing, Hava, I always say this on my lives, that sitting with yourself, is something the narcissist cannot do. They cannot sit with themselves. That's why they're always jumping from relationship to relationship, going, they're constantly looking for supply because they can't sit with their thoughts. They don't know how to deal with it. They don't know how to regulate within themselves, but we can do that. And an important part of healing is sitting alone with yourself and listening to your thoughts, because when we distract ourselves and then we stop distracting ourselves, not distracting yourself reveals things that distraction hides. Distraction hides a lot of things, and that's part of healing, because once you listen to yourself and you can see clearly, you make better decisions, you choose and vet better people, you have a better filtering system. Like I thought about this too, you guys, like, because I'm always having to clean the filter on my AC units. I have to clean the filter. There's so many things in this house that have filters. And here's another one. Like my washer has a filter. I just recently learned about this. It has a filter underneath this little door. And because I have animals, all this hair gets stuck in there and it can't filter, so it can't drain anymore. So I have to take that out and I have to rinse it out, wash it, get all the hair off of it, and then it can work again. So we always have to clean our filters too with people, because they're going to clog it up with all kinds of crap. It's kind of the same thing. It's the shame of their known and purposely done bad behavior. They think that we do the same. Yeah, they think that we think like them. They think that it's insane how they think. But they think we think like them. And Hava Java, does it still bother you that the narc was bad to your dog? Yeah, I'm trying to remember that story. That he kept your dog or something like that, right? It's very vague because I've had so much go on. That's fading now. I just take my best care of her. That's good. I'm so glad she's with you and that he didn't do anything more harmful to her. Yeah. So I got to think of what my next move is. I haven't read this whole message from my daughter, but I don't like what I saw, you guys. So disappointing. I was hoping for more. But, she says she needs her mama and she wants me in her life, then she's got to do better and stop like blaming me for trying. Even in the trying, I'm being blamed for shit. Like, oh, fuck. Uh, yeah. Children and animals receive too much abuse. Yes, they do. And that was one of the videos I made this week after I had seen that one about that child. Uh, and there's so many kids going through this still. Can't help but think a lot of our setup to be these relationships comes from childhood. Yeah, generational trauma, Hava. They absolutely do. And some people don't want to believe that, because they're so conditioned to believe that that's how things were, that it was normal, but it absolutely was not normal. Like that old TV ad, good isn't good enough for Mrs. Grass. I don't know if I remember that one, Deanna. Mother-daughter relationships are hard, but I admire that you are willing to have the difficult conversation and take accountability where needed. Well, she's saying that I'm not doing the difficult conversation. But here's what I've tried, you guys. So maybe you guys can, maybe I'm not seeing it from another perspective. So when I first started the conversation, I said that I am truly sorry for the hurt that I caused you due to me operating out of survival mode and generational trauma, and for the men that I chose in my life, especially this last one, that caused you pain or made you feel less than or anything like that. And then I said, let's start with one thing at a time. Give me one thing that I have done that has hurt you tremendously, and we'll work through it and talk through it. And she didn't give me anything. She just said, I don't hold resentment for anything. But I find that hard to believe because there's so much anger and resistance, and I can't force it out of her. It has to be a two-way road. So I'm not sure where to go from here, really. I'm not. I'm just at a loss. Sucks when you're willing, but I need her to participate. And I know she's afraid to say things because in the past it has caused defensiveness. And where it's hard is if she's going to keep pointing the finger and not seeing things from my perspective. Because when you're trying to work something out with someone, I have to see things from her perspective, and she has to be willing to see them from mine as well. Those both have to, it has to be a two-way road. And I don't know. Kelly says, I think she's still in the stage of she doesn't quite believe it or she won't admit it to herself. There's a problem. Are you talking about my daughter or your daughter? Because I had asked you earlier, you said that you don't believe that you'll ever have a relationship with your daughter, Kelly. Did, forgive me for asking again, because it's hard for me to remember everything. How old your daughter is, and are you guys speaking? Like, how are you handling the whole thing? And welcome in anybody that's new in here. We pretty much talked about everything with the live, but if you want me to review anything, let me know. Oh, we've talked about the control factor. My daughter was brought up with my mom. I had her raised by my mom. Even though I lived with her, she wants no part of me. Did she say why? Does she have some resentment over that because your mom raised her? My oldest son seems to not be blaming me for childhood hurts, but I struggle to forgive myself. I try so hard to be perfect when I'm talking with him. He's in another province that I stress myself out. I understand that. I think I know what you're talking about, Hava Java, because I do too. I feel a lot of shame for things that I've done in the past with my kids, but all you can do is admit it and take accountability and move forward and change all of that. And self-forgiveness, it is hard. I'm still working on that too and struggling myself. So you're not alone in that. I'm the problem after my mother died. I was the problem. None of them, my brother or my daughter, even want to speak to me again. Wow. I feel that, Kelly. That hurts my heart reading that. It's the shittiest feeling. She's trying to lead you into saying what had bothered you about her so she can feel as if you're continually abusing her. It's a switch and bait. Is it, Katie? You think that's switch and bait? You know what? I'm gonna share the what she said with you later after the live. Does she think you're making excuses for the past? I'm not sure, Honey Pepper, because I didn't read the whole message. Um, I'm gonna have to go through it and kind of absorb it and see. My sister-in-law told me neither one of them want anything to do with me because I'm like my mother and I am nothing like my mother. So they're basically listening to her without forming their own opinions. They've been brainwashed, maybe it sounds like, Kelly, instead of making their own decisions. I'm just curious what their ages are. Switch and bait is showing her lacking, not yours. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right, Katie. I have wished them all well and I have let it go because I don't want to hurt anymore. I understand that too, Kelly. It's like me, part of me just wants to cut it off because I feel like we're going in circles. Like, no matter what I say and do, it's not ever going to be enough for her. Like, I don't know what she wants from me. I've already taken accountability and I'm willing to take more, but I don't know. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating, you guys. It shouldn't have to be this damn hard. Should it? It shouldn't have to be this hard. Because my youngest daughter, we had a strained relationship for a while because of my choices with the narcissist, but we have come to full repair. We've sat and we've talked about it. I admitted hard things, and she brought up some things that were hard for me to hear because I made those decisions out of, trauma and survival. And you don't even know you're doing things some of the times. And I felt so bad, and I hugged her and I cried, and we've repaired it. We've talked about the hard things and we've repaired it. So at least with one of my daughters, repair has happened and we're closer than ever. But I don't know if the same thing can happen with this one. Big hugs. I know this is a big hurt. It is, and I'm trying not to cry right now. um, that's difficult. I personally don't think I would ever want a conversation with my mother. I don't want a relationship because I feel like she's a dangerous person for my emotional health. And you know that the best way, Honey Pepper, because, if they're not even willing to come to the table, and want to point the finger at you all the time, and they're dangerous and you know it, you have every right to protect yourself against that. Let me put it this way. If a coworker or other adult who isn't related said these things to you, would you would it pull you in the same direction? No, it wouldn't. It's because it's my daughter, Deanna. That's why it hurts so much, because I want the close relationship with her, and she claims that she does, but I don't know. I just feel like I'm hitting resistance, like I'm hitting a wall. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, I'm hitting a wall. So I have to decide if it's worth my energy anymore, or if I need to let it go. Just let the whole idea of it go. People that truly love you want to repair. It's exactly how I feel, and I can't do it anymore. Yeah, because they just, it drains all your energy, and just, there's life on top of what we're dealing with already that we need energy for. We need energy for ourselves to keep our cups full. Honey Pepper, my mother is in her late 80s with cancer, and I helped caretaker past 4 years, but she continued abusive dynamics. I had to stop. It's one of the hardest boundaries I ever set. Oh, wow. Wow. That's some deep stuff, Hava. That is a really hard decision to just totally remove yourself from somebody that you love, because you've got to save yourself. You can't drown trying to take care of them. You can't drown while you're paying attention to, them, but you're ignoring yourself. Tell her you need to think about it and you need time and a little space. Well, I did do that, Deanna, and she was mad that I took a week and a half to respond to her. But that's how long it took me, because she forgets, on top of that, I have work. When I have flatbeds and stuff, I really don't have time for anything. I can't sit in my truck and do anything. I have to go unstrap the flatbed. I have to pull back the tarp. I have to unstrap it. There's dunnage. I have to sweep. There's so much stuff that goes into like a flatbed that I don't have time to sit in my truck and do anything. I can't make phone calls. I can't text. I can't do anything. And she doesn't understand that because she hasn't even leaned into my life to find out what my life is about. And then I have my disabled daughter on top of it. I have 2 legal cases going on. I have doctor's appointments. I've been fighting insurance, all of that stuff she has no freaking clue about. That's why it took me so long to answer. I work for a living, and there's nobody to rely on but myself. She has no clue about that. That's why it took me so long. And I wanted to take so long to answer because I don't want to say the wrong things. There was time to come to the table. If now in 2026 they suddenly changed and want to have a conversation, it's too late. I've already grieved and detached for eternity. Honey Pepper, I feel like that sometimes. I feel like I've already attached. Like they already teach you to learn. They teach you how to live without them. So once you're past the point of no return, sometimes it's hard to go back. And I feel like maybe that's where I'm at. Like the damage has been done, and it's too far gone. God, we've all been through so much. I know, and I'm so glad. I'm so sad that we've been through so much, Hava, but I'm so glad that we're here with each other in it, and we're not alone. Good for you, Hava. I've heard it a bunch of times that the person who was abused the most ends up being the caregiver. They're ungrateful to the end. Unless she's age 4 mentally, she should understand. Yeah. Sorry, I met Kelly Ann Sullivan. Yeah. So I don't know, you guys. It's so heartbreaking. It really is that, it's so hard. It's heartbreaking when you want the relationship more than the other person, or so it seems, and I've been doing everything I can to try to word things as carefully as I can. I've put my thoughts into Chat GBT and I said, please word this in a way that doesn't seem like it's attacking her, and taking the time so I don't say the wrong things, but it's never enough. It's never enough. I was there while my mom was actively dying. She finally told me that I was the best kid. It made me so mad. She should have told me that my whole life. Oh my God, that would piss me off too. You were the best kid. Was that like her sorry sap way of saying she didn't give you what you needed? I've had to cut people out of my life now that I'm alone. I'm disabled. I'm learning to move on from a lot. Oh, I didn't know you were disabled too. I have a disabled daughter, Kelly. Yeah, and my daughter's had to do the same thing because she's disabled, cut people out of her life. And now she finally has a good friend that treats her well. Hava Java. I did mean you. Sorry, the whole chat is trauma and is healing. Yeah. If she's that touchy, then your daughter is probably not ready for your answer. You know what, Deanna? I think you're right. I think you're right because the first time I tried to open up with her, she said, I'm going to bow out. So you're right. I don't think she's ready. And I don't, there's so much going on in my life, healing and work and my daughter, the legal cases, everything. I can't do it. And I can't be doing all the rowing in this and then me having the finger pointed at me still. I think you are right, Deanna. Gonna have to cut my losses. And I haven't even heard from my granddaughter either. So I think that that's being influenced by her as well. My daughter said the exact same thing the last time I talked to her when I called her up and told her grandmother was dying. She told you she was going to bow out, Kelly? I was friends with someone that pretty much wanted everyone to follow her script, so damn controlling. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. Yeah, and so part of me is afraid to read the rest of the message because I know it's not what I'm. It's that fear of just like, no matter what you do, you're going to be invisible to them. That's my fear. That no matter what, she is not going to see me. And that's really sad. It's sad for her, sad for my grandkids, sad for me. Her sister, my youngest, already doesn't care. She like detached herself long time ago. Long time ago. Um, so I don't know. This sucks, you guys. It sucks grieving people that are still alive. That's the interesting thing about time. There will be another time, but both parties must be open to reciprocal conversation. Yes, not only that, I have two grandchildren, Adeline, who's going to be in October. Peyton Rose, my daughter, told the two of them that I was dead just like I am to her. Wow. That's so painful, Kelly. I'm sorry. And they're being robbed of a grandmother, and you're being robbed of them. Every mother daughter is different, though. I think mine is exceptional in the way it panned out. I just can't imagine anyone else feeling the way I feel about my mother. I feel that way about my mother, Honey Pepper. I don't know if I've ever told you the story about her. Is this your biological mother, Honey Pepper? It's the one I grew up with is my adoptive mother, and I feel exactly how you do about yours. And Yeah, I had to cut her off completely. My mother. Yeah, my adoptive mother. I'm sorry, Honey Pepper. Yeah, it's painful. It's painful to have to cut off people in our lives and grieve living people. I'd be telling everyone that I've run out of crappiest person prizes. That's a good one, Deanna. Yep, grieving people that are still alive is this is why I'm telling you guys, like leaving the narcissist if you are in a romantic relationship is not the hardest thing that you will do. The healing and losing people and or having to cut them out of your life because they're not willing to be accountable, but they want you to be accountable, is one of the hardest things that you'll do. My youngest estranged himself from me for 4 years. I think it was parental alienation at play. I went through therapy, and out of the blue, he returned and said he was so ashamed of himself, and we are close. Oh, that's a good story to hear. That he had some self reflection and realization. That's good, Habajaba. Now you guys are close. Your youngest son. Yeah, parental alienation's a real thing, and it's so sad. You know, the narcissists, they don't care about their kids, but they'll definitely do everything they can to make it look like they're the better parent to work them against you, because that's a form of control they have since you're no longer in their life and they can't control you. They have to control the way your kids see you and everybody else sees you. I'm so glad, Hava Java. Just like me with my younger daughter, you know, we're close now. But our relationship was strained for several years while I was with this last narcissist, and you know, I just laid everything out on the table, and I still don't think that I've completely forgiven myself. Just like you were talking about earlier, like forgiving ourselves is one of the hardest things too. But the thing is now that you're awake, I'm awake, and we've made changes, and we should be proud of ourselves for that because none of us deserve the trauma that led us up to those decisions. The hardest conversation is the talk you'll have with yourself. Yep, yep. Yes, you understand. Unfortunately, I hate to understand, but at the same time, like I said, I'm glad we're all here together because we're not in it alone. So many people are going through this. That's why I want people to find this channel. And, you know, if you guys know anybody that's stuck in these kind of dynamics and dealing with this, like not just being with the narcissist, but after, because being with them is hard, like it's brutal, but leaving them is easier than the healing part. And that's why where a lot of people get stuck and they go back and they minimize themselves and they learn to tolerate and they settle for less. And that's why narcissists can be married for years and years and years. It doesn't mean that they have a happy, healthy relationship. It means that they found someone that is willing to settle for less and shrink themselves over and over and over again. And the fact that we're not willing to do that says a lot for us. Not to minimize your pain in any way, Glennis, I empathize with you, but I feel like it's a different animal when it's in your bio mom. Yeah, I agree with you, Honey Pepper. That would be extremely painful. And I didn't unfortunately didn't get a chance to know my bio mom. She died before, but I will share this with you because it's a similar kind of pain, like being that she was my biological mother. On her deathbed, she did not even mention my existence to my siblings. Like I was invisible to everybody. She couldn't even speak my existence to my siblings on her deathbed. She died of cancer before I even got to meet her. So my heart hurts for you. It's kind of the same thing because Honey Pepper, I'm sure your mom makes you feel invisible. She does not listen to you. She doesn't respect you. You know, she's a narcissist. All the things that narcissists do, my heart goes out to you. We were raised by unhealed people, so of course we're confused. Yeah. We're confused and it wasn't our fault. But the thing is, we've woken up now. So self-forgiveness is a vital part of the healing too. And it's brutal. It's not for the weak people. You all are a bunch of badasses. Let me tell you that right now. Cause and I'm a badass because healing is not for weak people. That's why so many don't do it. They'd rather settle. They'd rather, okay, well, this person provides for me financially, so I guess I'll deal with the shit. They take less and they shrink themselves, and they know that this person's cheating on them. They have a second life because narcissists usually do. They have second lives and plenty of supply on hand. They go to work and you don't know what the hell they're doing all day. I've seen so many men cheating on their wives while they're at work, especially in the industry that I'm in. I've had them hit on me, especially in the trucking industry. Yeah, it's all over the place, not just the trucking industry though. And it's like, I'm not willing to settle for that just to have financial security. I'm not willing to do. I would rather be broke and have peace and self-respect and not have to play private investigator for some piece of crap that can't keep it in his pants and has no self-control. Like, no thank you. And can't communicate and acts like a toddler when I call him out on things. It's not worth it. It's not worth financial stability just for that. Silent generation and some boomers seem to be dripping with disdain and shame. I'm also trying to write a book, but every time I try to write the book, memories I don't want to remember and flooding back because of PTSD, because of trauma. Yeah, it's very hard, Kelly. Writing a book, you will have to revisit things, and but one thing I will give you hope for is, since I've had this channel and I have to face things that I don't want to sometimes because I'm having to create content, and I have to revisit some things that remind me of things about him, and those feelings all come back. That's part of the healing. It's kind of like exposure therapy. So the more that you deal with it and you face those feelings and don't run from them, embrace them, say, I see you, that you name it. I see you. This is the pain. You're allowed to feel this. Of course you feel this way after what happened to you. The more that you do that, it'll be easier, and you will kind of have what's the word for it? Like, after a while, when the memories come back, they don't make you bleed anymore. But I totally get what you're saying. That's so normal. That one disappeared. Let's see. I am simply a tool to them. These these disappear off my TV after a while if I don't read them right away. Mm. I'm a tool to them. These whole 10 years was about an energetic exchange for them. I carried the entire household by myself for a decade. Wow, that's heavy. That's a lot. That's a lot, Honey Pepper. Yeah, they used you. And I'm so sorry they did that. You were such a sweet, genuine person. You didn't deserve that. None of us ended up in your room by accident, Glennis. Yes, and I'm glad you didn't. I'm so glad you all are here. You guys, every one of you means so much to me. Like, you're my family more than my family has been. And I hope that I could be that for you, that I've been that for you guys, and that you feel safe and continue to feel safe here in this community. Silent generation. I wish my mother would shut up. LOL. It's a classification of generations, as in I'm Gen X, but you're right. Don't bother with her anymore. Katie. Hi, Kiki. Welcome in. How are you doing? We went through the live already. We're kind of just talking about, taking accountability, grieving people that are still alive that you have to cut out when you leave a narcissistic relationship. So they're not willing to sit at the table with you and have hard conversations, whether that's kids, parents, whoever. No, I'm Gen X too. That's why I keep coming back. I'm so glad you keep coming back, you guys. You guys are the highlight of my week. All of us being here together. And be so proud of you. Like, I'm I'm proud of me because I see the growth. Like I said, like healing isn't always like someone like a video game where it says ding 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 ding, you passed to the next level, congratulations. And sometimes we don't even know what's going on until a situation comes up and we deal with it in a completely different way, and then that, hey, I am healing. So all of you in here are healing. Like I can tell by the way that you talk, we're all so strong. We're a bunch of strong people in here. Okay. Shredding silence. I just have to laugh about the Jen that uses a wall of talk to block me out. That makes you awesome. Yes, you're all awesome. How do you let your grief happen when it hits? I get waves and I let myself sob, and then I'm good for another week or month or day. Just like you're doing, Hava Java. Just that you just feel it and don't run from it. Don't numb it out. Don't distract yourself. Just sit there in it. And the sobbing and crying is perfect. You're getting all that toxic shit out instead of shoving it down and ignoring it. You too, Katie. Gen X is the best. Yes, we are. We had the best music too. In the 80s music. I might have to sneak off to the restroom, you guys. Yes, you're right, Haba Java. It is. Doesn't talk to people, just AI them. Okay, you guys, I have to excuse myself for a minute. I got to run to the bathroom, okay? Just look at my tiger. Let's come up with a name for him. I love his blue eyes. My boomer husband talks at me. I have to walk away. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Being talked at. Like, I despise being talked at. There's a difference between someone talking with you and, uh, or talking at you. Like, do they lean in? Do they ask questions? Like that, I feel like the daughter talks at me. Salad nightmare. Let me catch up here. Tears are healing, Deanna. Yes, the word salad nightmare. Mm-hmm. Trying to confuse you and throw you off and discombobulate you. All right, I'm going to sit back here farther so I get a little comfortable. How about a toss straight salad straight out the window? Never hold your emotions in. If people can't handle your expression, then they're ashamed of their hidden agenda. And they're projecting their own unhealed bullshit. When I was with my ex, I used to tear up if a store clerk smiled and made eye contact with me. Aww. Because he wasn't giving you that. He didn't make you feel seen, right, Hava? So when someone showed you a little bit of kindness, it kind of triggered your emotions a little bit. That makes sense. Yes. Yeah. That's why animals are, I don't know how many of you feel this way about animals because they're so gentle. Like when I posted that video of that turtle's eyes are just so sweet. So when you find the gentle moments like that when you're going through some shit, It's going to trigger those tears. When the golden child was here, I was always the problem. Now that the golden child has left, the narcissist is singing Silent Night. They have zero anything to say to me. It just goes to show that I was never the problem. Yeah, that's good that you made that clarity. You could see the clarity. Never the problem. Hava Java, did you ever try healing meditation recordings, guided or unguided? Yeah, I this those are helpful. But my daughter, I don't know what you guys think about this. For some people, like my daughter tells me you have to be careful about some of those meditation things because some people, and I've seen videos on TikTok, it gives some people nightmares. So I haven't been watching them lately, but the ones with like certain megahertz of I don't know how to describe it. Katie, can you help me out? Because you know what I'm talking about. We've talked about this before. It's certain vibrations in the music that are supposed to be healing. It's kind of like when you hum and it helps regulate your vagus nerve. I don't know how to explain it the right way, but it's healing like music in different vibrational levels that you go to sleep to. And I've listened to some of that. I feel like it's helped me, but trance states can be dangerous. So maybe that's what my daughter's talking about. And some of these people on social media, like they say they have really vivid nightmares. So I've kind of put that on hold. I think I want to research it any more because I don't want no nightmares. Dealing with enough crap. You don't want to make things worse. But I know like humming alone, like if you have trouble going to sleep or winding down or what, humming is very helpful. It tells your vagus nerve in your body that you're safe and it regulates you. You know, putting if you have the racing thoughts and stuff like that, putting ice on your wrist or your neck or anywhere on your body will like immediately ground you. So like the breathing can help you because sometimes I know I'll get into a state where my adrenaline is so pumped up like a blender with no lid on it and breathing doesn't do shit because my daughter goes through the same thing too. So I'll put, ice on her wrist or forehead, anywhere, just to ground her enough to where that adrenaline comes down a little bit. And then we can do the breathing, and that helps. 400 plus megahertz heals your nervous system. Technically, I do meditate. Oh no, I don't know about that kind. I never got bad dreams. They were about waterfalls and angels. If you're going into trance, you need to be with safe people or place. Yeah, I guess don't do it if you're still living with a narcissist. But I never had a nightmare when I've had those YouTube videos, like sleep meditation. Deanna, do you use any of those when you go to sleep? Because if you can recommend any good ones, if you're going into a trance, you could say people, there are many meditation spa offers and music options. I listen to those while I'm sleeping. And do you find that they help you, Katie? Oh, another thing is was it Moonbeam gummies? I still have not ordered mine. Those are helpful too. They have magnesium in them and some other good stuff for gut health and bones and hair and I don't remember all the good things about those were helpful and they taste good too. It was like a little treat before bed. They come with like 4 or 5 gummies in these individual packets. Those are helpful. I can't smoke weed anymore, because I have a CDL. But for those of you that can, you're very lucky. Or I would be doing that because that used to help my daughter too. But then her hormones changed. So, and I hope I don't get in trouble for saying that on YouTube. But smoking the stuffs, I cannot do that no more. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I just don't know which ones are good anymore with all the AI on YouTube. I use the brown noise ones. I've used those too, Hava. Do you feel like Have you noticed a difference at all with the brown noise? And there's different, is there gray noise too? I think I've seen different colors and types, and I know each of them does something different, but I haven't really done much research on it. I was having night terrors in the beginning, so the calming music assisted me to sleep peacefully. Yes, if I'm agitated, it really calms me. So the brown noise is good. I'll have to remember that. But I probably can't listen to it going down the road, huh? Because, well, now that I drive, I don't really get agitated anymore with traffic. I'm better than I used to be. I bet many of us have nightmares when we leave. Yeah, I'll share one with you. Like, this is right before I told him to get out. I had a really bad nightmare. It's like my body was screaming at me to get him out. I woke up screaming and crying and hyperventilating, and I can't remember the dream specifically. All I remember is what I was feeling at the time, and just my body was telling me to get him out. He's bad for you. I just wanted to give you the biggest hug. I can't imagine how much your trauma is, Glennis. You are a very resilient person. At least I still got to experience some good times with my narcissistic parent. Driving a big rig down the road is kind of like ground noise. Parents' adoption is next level trauma. Thank you for that, Honey Pepper. I wish I could give your hug. I need hugs right now. It is a lot of trauma, but so I don't have a choice. It's either give up or keep fighting. So you sink or swim. But this channel like means so much to me. All of you mean so much to me, and it helps. It keeps me going. My channel keeps me going. Music keeps me going. My friend keeps me going. And just if I didn't have all those things, I might not be here. 100% it's our subconscious thoughts coming to the surface. Group hug. Yes, group hug. I wish we could all be in person and we could have lunch and just talk and support each other. Um, I'm still, it's still in the works down the future. It's just life keeps happening to me, you guys, that I know there's another platform where I can connect both YouTube and TikTok and have more than one person come on the live at the same time so we can get like a whole discussion going on. Where maybe it's like we're sitting at a table and we can talk to each other. Would you guys be interested in that? Because I can, now that I can't make videos at work, while I'm at work, I can do other things though. When I don't have a flatbed. Being adopted by people that only wanted to torture you is mind blowing. Yep. Yeah, not all adoptions are like little orphan Annie. It's amazing how the strength does come to continue, or like a Zoom call. Yeah, we could even have like private Zoom calls too. Um, that's a thought. We can have, yeah, I've been thinking about all this stuff. Just things get put on the back burner because, life happens. All the stuff that I'm going through right now is, I'm always doing something though with this channel, making merch or doing something. So yeah, Zoom is possible. But there's another particular platform where you can connect TikTok lives to YouTube and it's all on one thing. And then you can have more than one person come on the call, the live, to have like a group conversation. That would be awesome. There's also, what's that other one I'm thinking of? Patreon? I've never used Patreon, I don't think. So Patreon is one. The Zoom, there's Google, something with Google. I used a long time ago when I did medical transcription, but it's been so long I don't remember how to use it. I'm sure they've changed things. But technology, there's all kinds of possibilities, you guys. Doesn't seem as hot today. I'm surprised there's nobody in the pool, probably because it's not that hot today. I'm afraid to look at my phone, y'all. I don't want to read that message from my daughter because I know it's going to upset me. It just sucks. It just sucks that we can't have the loving families that we all deserve. Narcissist is outside pouring the dirt in front of the house with a barbell right now. It's reverberating through the house. I think they call that exercise. They are so bizarre. Hey, honey pepper, whatever happened with that window? Did she pay for it or you wound up paying for it? So sorry to laugh, but that's funny. Reverberating through the house and call that exercise. They are bizarre. I had to laugh. I'm not laughing at you, honey pepper. Just the fact that you said they're so bizarre. They really are. They're delusional, insane. Just gonna look at the temperature it is here. It made me think of that song. How bizarre! How bizarre! I don't know who sings it, but it was. I think it's an '80s song. It's 90 degrees right where I am right now. That's why they're not in the pool. It's not as hot today. We're not in triple digits. What's it all where you guys are? What's your temperature? Laugh away. They're ridiculous. You have to laugh at them, right, honey pepper? Because they're fucking retarded. Sorry if that offended anybody using that word. I just things come out of my mouth. I have always cussed. It's just to me, it's just like an adjective. It just describes. It puts more emphasis on what you feel. Your first live I fell into by accident. I was spellbound. I think it was Deanna and you, Glenn, is talking live. I'm not sure. And I was like, oh my God, how did I land here? This is what I'm living. I'm so glad you fell by accident. Java. I'm really glad you did because that's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose of my channel because I don't want people to feel alone because it sucks. It sucks when you feel so alone going through this. You're not ready. She's not ready. It's a wrap. I think you're right, Deanna. Bob. Hi, Bob. I didn't see you in here before. 98.6. That sounds like a radio station. I think it's a radio station here. That's a nice temperature. It's not too hot. I dealt with the landlord personally. They were reasonable. I was able to afford it. That's good, honey pepper. I'm so glad that worked out in your favor. Although I still think she should have paid for it. That was not your fault. He is looking for attention to make you jealous. Play your happy music and sing out loud. I was like, oh my fucking God, intelligent, badass women being real. Yes. Yes, we all are. You described all of us in here, Hava. I wanted to say, though, if your phone is being used as a remote control to manipulate your emotions, it's not good. Yeah, you're right, honey pepper. You mean the message from my daughter? Yeah, I shouldn't be afraid to pick up and look at my phone. Hava Java, that was the oopsie live. That was relaxing. I actually laughed out loud listening. I'm glad we were able to make you laugh, Hava. Laughing is good healing medicine. Katie always be making us laugh in here. She's always she always says it's the funniest things. Yeah, you're so right. We shouldn't be afraid to look at our phones. We shouldn't be afraid. for trying. Like me trying is being used as a weapon against me. I'm just at a loss. I don't know. Maybe I didn't accept it. Maybe, I don't know. She taught me to live without them for several years now. The phone is a damn choke collar. I meant pounding the dirt. I hate autocorrect. Oh, yeah. Autocorrect gets you in trouble sometimes. I remember one time I texted my boss, but it was speech to text, and it always screws things up. And I said, "Hello, Beth." Her name is Beth, and it came out, "Hello, babe." And I didn't read it before I sent it. It said, "Hello, babe," to my boss. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I didn't proofread my message." And she's all, "You're good. You're good." But it was embarrassing. So, yeah, autocorrect can get you in a lot of trouble sometimes. Yeah, the phone is a damn choke collar and like an appendage. I have to put the damn thing down sometimes and walk away. It's like a part of our bodies. I'm trying not to be upset, you guys. Maybe I need to write in a journal. It's called autocorrect, auto cucumber. Makes sense if you don't think about it. I used to love watching Ellen DeGeneres. She has it's called autocorrect or thumbsies something, and it's stuff like autocorrect does to get people in trouble or speech to text or whatever. And it's so funny where she shows all the different messages where it autocorrect and speech to text screws stuff up. Maybe I need to watch that after this live, or go clean and put my earbuds on and turn on some heavy metal because I really don't want to read that message. It's the same shit over and over again. Oh, Hachi, even my dog thinks so. I don't know if you heard her. She went, "Rrr." If they do anything to elicit an emotional response from you. Yep, babe. I know. It was so embarrassing, Deanna. Like, oh my God. My boss thinks I called her babe. Jesus, take the wheel. You need your heavy metal music. Yes, I need to scream. I had to block my narcissist mother, and since then, my phone is no longer a source of anxiety for me. Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do, Honey Pepper. If I ever get the courage to read the rest of the message, I may just wind up having to do that. Because I think like the only reason she came back is because her marriage is falling apart. So I don't know. I didn't want to put this all out on social media, but at this point, I don't care because I think it's already a wasted case. And that's so nice. You can pick up your phone and it's not a bad thing. Because right now I'm looking at my phone and I don't like it. I don't want to touch it. That must be so freeing, Honey Pepper. And I'll be so excited when you get out of that place and you get your own. No more usury. That's good, Honey Pepper. One time my mother kept calling and calling. It was my birthday and I wasn't going to let her ruin it. Good for you, Deanna. Because I don't ever want you to have a nice birthday because it's not all about them. And you deserve a nice birthday. We all do. We don't need to know her personal business because she can use that against you. Just keep it at the refusal to have a difficult conversation for your own protection. Oh, she'll use anything against me anyway. I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. But thank you, Honey Pepper. I appreciate that. Narcs have to ruin your small moment of joy. I've already accepted things won't be the way that they should be, like a healthy reciprocal relationship. It's kind of cold in here. I wish we all could watch a movie together and have some popcorn. I wish we all lived in the same place. Have you guys watched any good movies lately? Any suggestions? Feel good movie, preferably. If that's the case, you have to mourn the living and give yourself some reprieve. Yeah. Go through the grief again. Spoiled food and people make you sick. What you doing, Hutch? Uh-oh, the doggos are up. I think they want to go outside. I'm going to open the door for them. They can go on the patio real quick. You guys want to go on the patio? All right, I left the door open for them. People do make you sick, Katie. That's exactly why I want to work from home. People at your job, the toxic people. Going to watch Driving Miss Daisy. Okay, maybe that would be a good one, Deanna. Wish we could watch it together. Got to get some tasty water and breathe. So, do you guys think I'm expecting too much for it? Isn't this a red flag? So, see, here's the doubt come in. That if she wanted me in her life, wouldn't you ask questions like about my job, about her sister, about like there should be genuine wanting to know and curiosity, and there's none of that. To me, that's a red flag. Who's the Postmates guy? The night I fell into my first live, I think the woman talking with Glennis was from Germany. Which woman was that, if I can ask? I'm trying to remember. I vaguely remember that, but I don't remember her name, and I don't know if she's been back here or not. Katie, do you remember? Might watch I'm Gonna Get You Sucker too. That's a great movie. I like The Help. I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. Are those comedies? Yes, there should always be reciprocation. Yeah, do you see that little self doubt? See how healing is? It's like there's little bits of me that are still doubting myself, even though I know that I answered my own question and you guys just answered it too. So healing is always like a back and forth thing, you know, that you're still going to have that self doubt, but then you come back to it quicker. Like what's the word I'm looking for? You bounce back, I guess, quicker than normal. Extending the olive branch is always good, especially as a mother. It's left up to the child to want to begin to have the relationship or leave it alone together. The Help is a true to life movie. What's The Help about? I'm gonna write these movies down. Movie afternoon with popcorn. Movies. Did anybody get to watch Drop Dead Fred? I posted that in the community. That's kind of a comedy and it's also like a healing movie. It's in the community if you want to go check it out. Movies, The Help. And what was the other ones? Driving Miss Daisy. And I gotta go up for the other one. I'm gonna get you sucker. Is that how it's spelled? Sucka? Sucker. Shut on. Agree, honey pepper, and they have to be ready themselves to take it. Yeah. And you can't have any relationship without talking about the hard stuff. And I've already tried and she shut down. Black women servants in Southern America during the early 60s when only men had rights. Mm, I think they missed part of the conversation. You're referring to a movie, Katie? Oh, yeah. And did you remember who that woman was from Germany? I don't think she ever came back. She died shucking peas. What movie? Oh, The Help is what you're talking about. It's about black women servants in South America. I don't think I could watch that. It would make me more depressed. When you think how few rights women have had till recently and how many died in childbirth. Yeah, it's sad, isn't it, Hava? And the patriarchy. I'm waiting for Drop Dead Fred to come to Tubi because I'm cheap with movies. I remember it when it was new. I want some coconut curry shrimps and seasoned dumplings. I wish we could go to each other's houses and have dinner. Like every week, one of us would be a host and we just switch. That sounds really good. I had shrimp last night, honey pepper. Ow. Shrimp and stir fry. I'm not sure. I have gray matter, but not a solid memory. I find when I have a bad day, though, a good one comes, everything moves. Cooking and therapy sessions. Yes. That does sound so good. Shrimp is so good. Like, sauteed in butter, and it makes a little brown on the outside. You know what I mean? Some salt. Yum. I don't know what I'm going to make for dinner. What's everybody else having? Is what, Sharon? Yes. Okay, I hear people at the pool now. My daughter. 3 o'clock. Salt and seasoning can sometimes heal. The narcissist is still making noise. If I was doing that, hell would freeze over, right? It's always a double standard, isn't it? A double standard. Do as I say, not as I do, right? That's a no bueno. I don't know if you can hear my neighbors in the pool. Their kids. There's kids. They're so loud. Be really gentle with yourself this evening, Dennis. Yeah, can you guys read it on my face? I'm not doing so well. Thank you, Hapa. Thank you. Yeah, we all need to do that. Be gentle with ourselves. It's hard when people say they want the same thing, but yet it seems like they're doing everything against that to work it out. Take your time when you get ready to read it, feel the emotions, and take care of you first. Thank you guys for your support. You guys are so awesome. I'm trying to recall Sharon. Oh yeah, maybe it was Sharon on my first live because she's from Germany. But I thought there was another woman that wasn't Sharon that was on one of my lives. I don't know, you guys. I can't remember. Honey Pepper, go outside with a tight shirt, show off them boobs. They can act like boob show. Them ears are bigger and better. You crack me up. Do some more, Katie. I need to laugh some more. Say some more funny things. Oh, I like hearing the kids, but I don't live there. You hear them, Deanna? I don't like him hearing them when it's like bedtime for me. I remember one time they were out there at like almost 9, 10 o'clock at night and woke me up out of a dead sleep, and I had to get up like 3 or 4 in the morning for work the next day. And I banged on my window and I told him, please be quiet and go back inside. And he told me to fuck off. Yeah, that's where I live. Disrespectful people. There's too many. I don't think they work either, so they're up like all hours of the night with their kids. This couch. Have you guys seen that couch on Temu? I don't know if it's a blow up couch or what it is, but they unfold it out of this plastic. It's all tight and folded up a little small, and then you have to let it kind of breathe. I wonder if that's like any good. I know there's some good stuff on Temu, but a lot of it's crap. Waiting for Honey Pepper going out there bouncing. You can still drink your water or wear it. Make them stare at you. Yeah, a wet t-shirt contest. Yeah, you hear them. Yeah, it's really loud at night when I'm trying to sleep. Honey Pepper says no. She's not up for the challenge, Katie. Yeah, summertime. My beagle just comes over, drops her plastic piggy on my lap, and looks at me and barks. She wants to play. Oh, wish we could see her. If you can, post a picture of her, Hava, in the community. Cloud couch. I have them. They're super comfortable. Oh, they are good, Katie? I didn't know you had them. How much are they? I want to get rid of this damn thing. It always hurts my back. I can't get comfortable no matter how I sit. And it's ugly. Yes, I ordered from Temu. Cute puppy wants to play. Yeah, show us your puppy. Show us your beagle. Is it a boy or a girl? What's the name? Oh, I think I see the picture of it on your but it's so small on your profile. It's so tiny. I'm afraid to pick up my phone. Let me see. Let's go on my oh, they're screaming now. Uh, 6, 7. Go back. Dismiss. Yeah, Glennis, watch a funny movie. She's Evie. Oh, your little Evie. Yeah, I can barely see her on your profile picture. A lot less expensive than from Amazon by $500 to $700. So how much was it exactly on Temu? I would get rid of this ugly thing. Buy some cute pillows. Did you buy cute pillows to put on it? Or does it come with any pillows, Katie? So Amazon sells the same ones for $500 to $700. That's crazy. So I like a boneless couch. Yeah, I think that's what it is. But they look super comfortable. And now that Katie got one, I will definitely get one. Oh. Think about the earthquake in Venezuela. You have to catch me up because I don't the news. The boneless couch. What color is yours, Katie? Yeah, Yeah, I try not to listen to news and stuff because it's depressing for the most part. Can't exactly remember, but my former narc used to sit there all the time, so out it went. Oh, you don't have it anymore? Or you ordered new ones? Hawaii? What happened in Hawaii? That's where my daughter and my granddaughters are. The earthquake. There was one in Cali and Japan, two all on the same day. Was that this week? Because I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before or when it was. My daughter said it felt like the whole house was shaking. How far did that go? And I thought it was because they're working on the road out in front. I thought it was them like drilling or something. They're repaving the road. So I just thought it was that. But maybe if it was in Cali, earthquakes are so scary. I was in the Northridge earthquake in California, Hindu Bush area in Iraq, not sure. Oh, let me look it up. Oh my gosh, 7.1. That's insane. Mother Nature's scary. Recent earthquake. I ordered the cloud couch to replace the old Mark couch. I ordered brown and it came with 4 fluffy pillows. Can you show me a picture later on? You like the pillows? Everything's real comfortable. Mendocino County, Northern California. Okay, I wouldn't feel that here then. The recent earthquake was a 5.6 near Redwood Valley in Mendocino County, Northern California on June 24th. It was a relatively shallow quake about 5 miles deep, which made the shaking stronger near the epicenter. Dozens of aftershocks. So, no, we did not feel it all the way over here in Las Vegas. That's too far away. Yeah, so it was probably the people working on the road. My kids want to get rid of their dad's fart chair. Their fart chair. It's like a supportive, comfy hug. Okay, I definitely need to get it then. I'm going to look at Temu right now. So, what are you guys' plans for tonight? Barbecue. You're going to barbecue with your son, Deanna, you said. Katie, Hava, Honey Pepper. What are your plans tonight? Come on over. I hate when you log into Temu and it has all this claim this now. I don't want to claim this. I just want to look at the damn couch. Just let me look. Let me look at the couch. It won't let me. It's like claim it now. I don't want the free gift. Why does it do that? Chillax, you're off Monday. Yay, me too, Honey Pepper. You worked on this? Well, earthquakes must be terrifying. They are. And then I was in one, I forget what year it was, but I was maybe 5 or 6 years old in Oxnard, California, and that was a huge one too, and it caused some fires. The Temu had arrived within the week because they have local warehouse supply now. It's night here now, and you guys have really brought my mood up. I'm so glad, Hava Java. You all do that for me too, and I hope I help you. Temu has narcissistic qualities. Yeah, some of their stuff is shit, and sometimes it's good. But my daughter said that they make a lot of stuff with polyester, and polyester has plastic, and it's not good for your skin. So my daughter's super sensitive, allergic to almost everything. So she's super hyper vigilant to stuff. But I'm glad we brought your mood up, Hava Java. Y'all brought mine up too. I think we help each other. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Do I have to hit the free gift now? Why can't I just look at things on Temu, you guys? Is there a way around this? I don't want to go and that stupid spinning wheel they have. I don't. I just want to look. Just go away. Oh my lord! I hit the X and it won't go away. Okay, can I look now? I don't want free gifts. Oh my lord. Okay, boneless. Finally. Not noneless. Boneless. So does Dollar Tree and any dollar holler store. Just keep hitting the exit button. I call it dollar holla. Yeah, nothing in there is a dollar. It's all $1.25, $5, $10. Boneless couch. Here we go. Oh, so they're like, it starts at like 168. That's green. That's too green for me. They're about $200, 180, 156. It's a black one. That's going to show all the hair. If I have brown now, I don't know. 216, 156. Dala hala. Does it pick up all the dog hair, Katie? It's probably easy to move around, huh? It's light. They're easy to vacuum. Because here's a black one. I think I'll get black because I have a black, I have black furniture, so it matches. Timu, not what you thought it was, gets delivered on sidewalks and snowbanks. Oh, that's not good. I don't have snow here, and I have my Ring camera, so because there used to be people here that would steal Amazon, they'd watch for Amazon to come and they'd steal my neighbor's packages. But I got a Ring camera, and since I put that up, they don't do that over here at me and my neighbor's house anyway. So gimmicky. Which I did purchase a fancy handheld from Temu. Glennis says, cut the shit. Yes. Or how about like you'll see an article pop up and then all these advertisements pop up and then you got to go to this page and another. And by that time I click out of it. I'm like, if you're going to make it that hard for me to read this damn article, I'm out. I'm out. Yes. Ooh, who would buy a white one? Like for real? Like that's going to get so dirty. There's one for 136. Oh, that's like part of a couch. It's just like a little what do you call the little ones? There's all different prices, you guys. Why are they such different? They're the same thing pretty much. 115. This is like a bed. Hmm. All right. Fancy handheld vacuum, even cheaper than TikTok. TikTok shop. It sounded like you were ready to say nutless. Me? What did I say that sounded like nutless? They're not completely lightweight. It's easier to move around. I wish the documentary was out because I'm ready to watch that now. I think it comes out the end of July though. I'll look at Timu later. What's y'all favorite season? I like summer. I used to like summer, but now I like fall. Hoodie season. Do you like the heat, honey pepper? I know, like some people, Hava Java likes fall. Some people like the heat out here in Vegas. They're lizards from the Caribbean. Any change you can make to be yourself and start removing the narcissist from your space is best. That's the best season. I like summer too. Deanna's a summer. Honey Pepper summer. Me and Hava fall. Katie, your favorite? I think yours is fall too because you love hoodies. I don't like lizards though. There's lizards out here. The boneless couch. Love fall because it's hoodie season. I die in the heat. I get fog burn where I am. Fog burn? It's foggy a lot out there. I didn't know you could get burned by the fog. Is that a thing? The lizards won't hurt you, honey Pepper. I try to pick them up. I think they're so cute, the little lizards. My cat, my cat BB used to capture them and bring them and leave them on the patio for gifts. So I feel so bad for them. I would let them go, and I'd scold her, stop bringing me these lizards. I do not want them. So then she started bringing me pigeons and doves. I will freak out, especially if they're found in trees. Aw. Did you have some kind of incident happen with the lizards when you were little, Honey Pepper? Way out in the North Atlantic, Pike of Rocks, God forgot. Aw. Not cute at all, scary. I'm sorry, Honey Pepper. Yeah, I try to catch them too, Deanna. So, do you not like snakes either, Honey Pepper? Are those scary? Because they're kind of like similar. Kelly, thank you for all you do. You helped me tremendously in my recovery, and all of us in the room getting ready for dinner. It's been wonderful. Love you all. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for being here. Much love, and I hope to see you next Sunday. And you're welcome. And we all help each other. We're all helping each other in here because you guys have helped me a lot today. Newfoundland. Deanna, yes. Too fast. So I've caught them though. Sometimes they freeze, and then if you just go really slow, you can get them. I gotta cut my dog's nails, you guys. I hate doing that, but they're getting so long. It gives them such anxiety. Like Hachi heard me right now, and she looked at me like, "No, don't, no, mom, no, we don't need to cut my nails." New Hampshire, Newfoundland, Newfoundland. And that's the funny thing. I see snakes all the time. I even scoop them up. What a conundrum. Oh, so I wonder if you had like a situation when you were smaller that gave you some kind of trauma with lizards. Because if you like snakes, they're kind of in the same family. They're reptile. I hiked in New Hampshire, Mount Washington. That sounds beautiful. Do you still hike a lot, Hava Java? There's someone on the Zoom group I'm on that's moving from Newfoundland to Moose Jaw. That's a trip. 2016, I brought my elder aunt down here to Texas to visit from North Dakota. The heat was harsh on her, but she's seen a gecko and started screaming, Geico, Geico. I died laughing. Geico, Geico. Yeah. Some comments up. I told you the stupid boys in the school traumatized me as a kid. Aw. I'm sorry I missed the comment, Honey Pepper. I'm sorry that happened to you. That was not cool to put you through that. I've never been, but my children have climbed it. I did several miles a day over the trails here till my vestibular illness suddenly hit last fall. I'm slowly recovering. No, my daughter's getting, I think from the last live you told me that, and my daughter's dealing with vestibular migraines. I think you said you had the migraines, right? Yeah, she's getting some MRIs for that and like an inner ear MRI. That's why I could never move to Florida. Me neither, because the alligators. I don't know why anyone would want to move there, because every year all those homes get wiped out. Like if you buy a home, you can't even get it insured over there. It's okay. I've never been to Canada, but Quebec is the ancestral land. I've never been to Canada either. So cool to know you are there. Honey Pepper. Meniere's and vestibular migraines. It's an MRI and CT scan. I went on Candesartan. That's for your migraines. Right now, my daughter takes Nurtec. Have you heard of that? And I don't know about Meniere's. What did you have specific tests for that? Meniere's? Candestra. Be like the Scots and put traffic cones on the alligator's head. Who's the Scots? Is that someone on YouTube? Does your daughter have drop falls? Where she just kind of passes out, like unexpectedly. She has passed out. I don't know if she's had a drop fall, but her body gets really weak, and she gets really bad vertigo. This was a cool chat today. Always nice hanging out with you guys. Yes, it is, Honey Pepper. It's always nice hanging out with you guys. No, Meniere's is inner ear. Often people have both. Well, that's why I'm glad she's having this inner ear MRI, because she's never had one of those. And then she's going to get physical therapy. I'm not sure how much it will help her dizziness. Have you had the physical therapy? Good, Gladys, something's helping your condition, Hava. The World Cup, international players and visitors. Sudden fall, but you go to the floor with severe vertigo. She has passed out. I know she's fallen down the stairs a couple times, but luckily it hasn't happened recently. It's like I tried to bring her everything. She got a little refrigerator in the hallway, and I put food in there for her. It's got a microwave, so she doesn't have to go downstairs, because I don't want her to fall. Does that happen often for you, Hava Java? I have ENT yet. I was too sick. They don't recommend it till you are more stable. The MRI for your inner ear until you're more stable? I don't think my daughter will ever be more stable with this stuff. Nothing's improved. It is, and there's medical gaslighting. Like, we've been having to fight disability. She's going to an appeals right now with a disability attorney, and it's been awful. It's really bad. Yeah, stress makes it even worse. And then medical, she has stress and trauma from medical appointments. She's so sick of going to doctors and sick of having to like fight. I don't know if you went through this. You have to fight for them to believe you, and then they gaslight you, and it's like they don't listen. They don't recommend vestibular therapy till meds have stabilized it. Well, they're telling me like the therapy could help her dizziness, but I don't know. If it starts doing the opposite, we'll stop for sure. Scottish people visited Boston for the World Cup, drank all the beer, and put orange cones on statues. Oh my gosh. Yes, it took months. Yeah, and we live in one of the worst states in Nevada to try to get her disability. That's what her therapist said. If we still lived in California, she'd probably have it by now. Doctors here are the worst. I wish I could move. Medical gaslighting is an absolute painful in the back, neck, head, and heart. Yeah, it's a shame. Like doctors, like the narcissism's everywhere. You guys, like doctors, everything, every person you deal with, doctors don't want to help you, and they take advantage of their power, and it sucks. If it could get my daughter her disability, yeah, I would. If I could afford it, but I can't afford it now. California is so outrageous. Veneers also involves hearing loss. I don't know if I think she hears less better than out of one ear than the other, but I'll have to ask her about that. So did the help me remember, and sorry if you already told me, Java, but did this start after COVID with you? That's when it started with my daughter. After COVID, she's never been the same. Yeah, especially if you're a woman because you're just being dramatic. Well, actually, Katie, I had a female doctor tell my daughter that you can't give me a list of all of your symptoms because doctors are going to look at you like you're crazy. That was her exact words. And we never went back to her since then. I thought that's what you're supposed to do is tell a doctor your symptoms. Testing her hearing. Okay, write that down. Hearing test. COVID changed everybody and everything. Yeah, and my daughter used to be so active. We used to do HIT. She was pretty much my trainer, and we used to go to concerts all the time. We used to go hiking all the time. We were both so active, and then after that, it's like her life took a complete turn, like a 180. After I set boundaries with my mother and left the narc, it had been evolving, but my body broke. Yeah, and they cause all that. They cause all the illnesses that we don't realize it. We don't even realize it's going on, and then it hits you like it did with you. And I am so sorry that happened to you. And that happens to too many people. They literally make you sick. Yeah, I remember having headaches all the time. I was pop. Oh my God, those kids! I was popping Advil like candy every day, and then once he was out of here, they went away like that. You're supposed to tell all, but insurance only pays out of one issue at a time. Yeah, it's so stupid. That's how they get their money. So you keep going back for each individual thing. Well, you know what I started doing is because now you can't even get through on a phone call to a doctor's office. You're on hold forever. I started writing letters and delivering it to the front office, and then they call me back immediately. So I'm just learning how to play the cards differently. You got to do what you got to do because the system sucks. The system sucks bad. We've been on for almost 4 hours, and I said I was going to get off already. I was going to go clean my room a little bit, but now it's going to get close to dinner time, and the dogs are going to want to go out. Right, and weekly visits are too much to deal with. Yeah, and I'm only off 1 day a week to take her, and then they're backed up so far sometimes with appointments. It's a nightmare. Such a nightmare. And and I wish all this on the narcissist, because why does my daughter have to deal with this stuff? Why can't they deal with this stuff? I don't know. I get so angry. I go back and forth. Like, my daughter does not deserve this stuff. Hava Java does not deserve this stuff. Those narcissists deserve all this. Time flies in group healing. I know. And this is really the only time I socialize, because I'll talk to people at work, but it's just surface conversation. Sometimes you're not physically and mentally available for it. Yep. We've had to schedule many of appointments. Can you relate to that one, Hava Java? Do you have to reschedule appointments because you just don't feel good, like you have a migraine or your vertigo? And that's the thing that the judge doesn't understand either, but I'm getting like home care. I'm going to be able to be her caretaker, get paid for it. So we have someone coming in that's going to see firsthand what she's living like and what she's dealing with. And maybe hopefully that'll help her disability. Narcissists like a drunk driver that always escapes the harm they causes innocent people. Yep. Yep, they cause chaos wherever they go and damage. Narcissists rarely go to the doctor because they'd be held accountable. Yep, they're perfect. Get myself to appointments because it takes so long to get in. So you have to force yourself sometimes. Do you have like sleep issues too, Hava? My daughter has like severe sleep issues, insomnia, even though she takes medication for it. Like, sometimes she might only get an hour or two of sleep at a time, and it's very broken. It's always broken. Wonder how long they're going to stay in the pool today. One a couple days ago or last week, my daughter said they were out there from like in the morning to like 10 o'clock at night. Like, how can you stay in the pool that long? Stress causes broken sleep. Yeah, and I think her nervous system is never regulated, so it just won't shut down. I'm telling you, COVID caused chaos. COVID is a big narcissist. Trauma's living somewhere in her body. She may need somatic therapy. Yeah, I think you're right. But I think what's sad is, and it's what's hard to see, is my daughter has accepted that she's never going to get better. Nothing's going to help. So she's not even willing to try anything anymore. She's so burned out. Having many vertigo rushes all through this, I have taught myself to stay calm during them. I did isolate for a while, and it made it worse. These kids will stay out there till it's nighttime. Yeah, they will. Oh, Lord. Excuse me, you guys. Oh, what time is it? It's almost 4 o'clock. Okay, we got like a little over 10 minutes, and then I'm going to end the live because I got to start thinking about dinner. Yeah, she has depression. It's like dominoes. It makes everything worse. Her anxiety, depression, all of it. And she's always having panic attacks. And it breaks my heart to see her live like this every day because, like I told you, she used to be so active. We did hit almost every day. or every other day. We'd go to concerts all the time. We'd hike all the time. We were always doing something, movies, dinner. Now, the only time she goes out of the house is to go to the doctor. Yeah, and the brain fog's extreme for you, Hava Java. It's getting to go back to the harsh world. 6:51. Have you so you already had your dinner, Honey Pepper? That's right, you had that yummy shrimp. Tell your daughter you know someone who's slowly improving. So, did you say you do the physical therapy or no? And the medicine is for your migraines, is that correct? And Meniere's, is that your main diagnosis? No. No, okay, I'm getting confused. No to what and yes to what? I get lost easy. So you're not in physical therapy. I think physical therapy was the first question I asked you. So you're not in physical therapy. And I think the second question I asked was about the medication, right? So the medication you're on is for your migraines. And then you're not in physical therapy. So they play off each other, both diagnoses. No to vestibular therapy, yes to meds. And you have Meniere's and the migraines. Was there any diagnosis that I missed? And I go on. My daughter showed me videos on TikTok and uh, Instagram that a lot of people are dealing with stuff like doctors can't find answers for. The same, some of the same symptoms that she has, Meniere's and vestibular migraines. Okay. Are you open to finding love again at all, Glennis? You know what, Honey Pepper, with my all this stuff going on in my life with my daughter, work, building my YouTube, forming this community, working on the merch, the workbooks, the book, all of that stuff. I really don't think I have the capacity. Even if like Mr. Right came along, like a healthy guy, I wouldn't know what to do with him. And honestly, I don't have the time. I just think I'm done pretty much. He would really have to work hard to prove himself. He'd basically have to crawl over broken glass to prove, because the trust is just, I don't see it in men. All I run into are broken men that are not willing to heal themselves. And I'm not raising another man again. Medical system's a pyramid scheme. Yep, yeah, pretty much. Great question, Honey Pepper. I can't imagine a man right now. I'm open to loving myself first. That's a lot of work in itself. Yep. Yep, I'm definitely like Katie said, I am dedicated to a loving relationship with myself and my youngest daughter, and I will just embrace that. Yep, there is no hope for men. They're all overgrown children. Katie, yes. Yeah, I'm not up for teaching someone how to treat me and love me ever again. Ever, ever, ever. I don't think any of us wants to go through that ever again. It's brutal. And life is too short. We're not getting younger. Every day that goes by, we're a little closer to the end. I got a couple more minutes, you guys. I hate to get off here because it's fun to hang out with you guys, teaching ourselves to love ourselves. Yeah, some of them are more feminine than us. The real men went extinct. I don't think I've ever met a real actual man. I mean, I might have, but they're married. Like my daughter's has a chiropractor. He's not a typical chiropractor. He's a specialist. So he deals with the Atlas C1, C2, and he had all the same symptoms my daughter has. Before we even told him her story, he had the same exact symptoms that she has. And she saw him for over a year. And then after the narcissist, I kicked him out. We stopped going for financial reasons for a while. And now she's back in alignment again. We just started seeing him like every month and a half to keep her in alignment, because when your Atlas is out of alignment, it causes all kinds of shit, all kinds of, the vertigo. I can't even name all the things. I have this picture that I took that he has on the wall, all of the symptoms that being out of alignment causes, especially your C1, C2, your Atlas. Um, Anyways, where I was getting is that I think he's a good husband. He reminds me of Keanu Reeves. And like if he was single, I would probably try to date him, but he is married. And I think the other chiropractor we saw before him, I think he was a good guy, but of course he's married. The good ones are married and happily married. Patriarchy. Let me catch up here because the messages are disappearing. There are good men in my family, but I seem to walk right past the solid ones. It's ironic, but my mother set me up for narcs. I think a lot of us can relate to that, Havajava. I know my mom did. Men require the prince treatment now. It's just icky. Yeah, like we have to bow down to them. The princess treatment. Snatch up early. Yeah, yep, you guys are right. All right. Well, I hate to end this, everybody, but again, I want to thank you all for being here. I look forward to this every week. I look forward to the next one. And I'll keep working on this channel, and if I have time between work and the craziness of life, I will look up where we all can come on here and talk at the same time, like we're sitting at a table together, because it would be much more connecting, like feel more personable and like an intimate thing where we're hearing each other's voices. So thank you all for coming again, and remember to your promise to yourself. Keep one promise this week to yourself, and as always, choose yourself. And I love you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye.